Well, hello, free people of the Rocky Mountain region, and welcome to this very special live stream we have going on tonight. We have some great guests lined up. It's going to be a lot of fun. Just wanted to start the stream a minute or so early here to get everybody going. And please like, please share. This is going to be a lot of fun tonight. And yeah, looking forward to hanging out with everybody on a Friday night. Of course, this is our last night before Senate Bill 3 takes effect, and I know on some level Senate Bill 3 has already taken effect, of course, because of the 3-day waiting period we have here in Colorado as well. So we got a lot to talk about. It's going to be a lot of fun, but let's get those shares out there, please. I'm posting on X right now. I'm going to post here on Facebook and everywhere else, but we got some great guests coming out tonight. We got Lesley Hollywood from Rally for Our Rights. She's really wrote this incredible article that just came out that she just published this afternoon about the bill, about Senate Bill 3 and kind of what to expect. Of course, we're getting a lot more information now as we see it all play out. And we got Big Timber Lodge himself, Nicholas Rogers, making his glorious return to YouTube. It's going to be a lot of fun. So they'll jump on at some point here tonight. Get the links shared out on X. Let's get the links shared out over here on Facebook. And hope everybody's having a great week. I'm sure everybody got their firearm purchases in here before the gun ban starts. So not a lot of fun, not a lot to be happy about with Senate Bill 3, that's for sure. Bad news all around. But good to see people start jumping in here in the chat. And we're going to have a lot of fun tonight, folks. So we're going to go for a couple hours probably, and we can talk about more than Senate Bill 3 and the gun ban if you'd like. We can talk about politics. Gosh, there's so much going on right now. Of course, we had Victor Marks announce his running mate today. We know Phil Weiser, Pee Wee Weiser, the Weasel, his running mate he announced last week, and a lot going on. It's going to be a lot of fun, though, for sure. So we're going to get going here, and give me just a minute to get everything fired up here. I got some slides put together, got a lot of good stuff here. And we're going to talk about the Colorado Constitution, the U.S. Constitution, of course, with the Second Amendment, and talk about what Senate Bill 3 is looking like. And, you know, I don't know about you, but I'm pretty fired up, pretty upset about this new gun control scheme that Jared Polis signed into law last year that we are all going to have to deal with here now. We're second-class citizens, folks. I mean, that's the reality of it. We are second-class citizens here in Colorado compared to our neighboring states, you know, and we're going to talk about this tonight as well. But somebody from another state can come to Colorado and buy an AR-15 as if they would anywhere else. And us here in Colorado, because we're Colorado citizens, we don't have those same abilities. Our rights are totally being infringed upon, and it's absolutely disgusting to see what's happening here in Colorado. I know there's a lot of reasons to be upset about the state of the Colorado government right now, but hey, great to see everybody. There's a Curveball, Simone, and a ER YouTube user. Yes, great to see everybody here. Thanks for joining us tonight. It's going to be a lot of fun, and got a lot to talk about for sure. So we'll get started here, but please share, like, comment. If you're not subscribed to Free State Colorado, please subscribe. Over 13,000 subscribers now on X. Having a lot of fun with the platform on YouTube, X, Facebook. 10,000 subscribers or followers on Facebook if you're on Facebook. And please sign up for my email list. It's something I haven't been neglecting, but if you go to freestatecolorado.com, at the bottom of every post, I'll have a link to sign up. And I'm going to start doing a lot more of that. Emailing, and we're definitely going to be talking a lot more about what we can do going forward, especially in this important election year, to have a voice, to have a say in what's happening here in our state. So, of course, you know our U.S. Constitution, the Second Amendment, we all know it well. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms, shall not be infringed. Pretty clear, right? I mean, what part of shall not be infringed does Jared Polis and the Democrat anti-gunners in our state legislature not understand? Apparently, they don't understand a lot about it. Very sad stuff, and we're in this unfortunate stage here where our rights are totally being not only ignored, not only infringed, but trampled upon, I would say. And look at the Colorado Constitution. You know, not everybody knows this. Not everybody knows that the Colorado Constitution is pretty strong in our gun rights. This is the Colorado Constitution, Article 2, Section 13, 1876. And of course, the irony here, folks, the absolute irony that we are facing 150 years as a state, right, which Jared Polis and his little minions over there are celebrating and talking about. But the reality is, Jared Polis's gun ban starts on the 150th anniversary of Colorado becoming a state. I mean, what a perfect example of how far we have fallen. You know, this Western frontier freedom, this individualism here. And ERO says, yeah, they understand it and they want you weak. 100% they do, completely. Um, that's how it goes for sure. You know, they want us weak. They want us disarmed. They want us to rely on the government for every part of our lives, right? We hear this with food, with medicine. This is the democratic socialist agenda, is that the government should be our provider, our parent, our God, ultimately, and our protector. And it never works that way. We totally know that that has been always a failure in society. That never happens. But the reality is we got to stand up and do something about it. I mean, ultimately is what it comes to. So here we go. The right of no person to keep and bear arms in defense of his home, person, and property, or in aid of the civil power when thereto legally summoned, shall be called in question. But nothing herein contained shall be construed to justify the practice of carrying concealed weapons. I hate that part. I hate that last part on concealed carry, of course. You know, I'm sure you do as well. But just this part, the right of no person. This is the Colorado Constitution, folks, 150 years ago. Anniversary is tomorrow, 150 years. The right of no person to keep and bear arms in defense of his home, person, and property shall be called in question. Well, I don't know about you, but it seems like they're calling into our question the ability to keep and bear arms when we have to get government permission, when we have to go to a government registration system in order to practice our God-given rights, our constitutional rights. You know? That's how it goes for sure there. And it's so disappointing, so sad, but that's the reality of it, folks. You know, I did a slide here. Let's see if this actually shows up this time. But it's a picture here of the state senators who voted for Senate Bill 3. Oh, well. We'll move on here, but yeah, it's crazy, folks. I got some clips from the Senate Bill 3 hearing back in 2025, and it's wild. It's wild to look back and see everything that they were saying back then, and to see what Andy Bosnecker said, Mr. Bootlicker himself, the architect of this gun ban. And he really says, oh yeah, no, people are going to be safer because we have this gun safety set up here. And it's hard for me to believe that they actually do believe that. I don't think they actually do, you know. Check this out, folks. This is from last year, so 2025. This is how the Democrats sold it. And I would say they were lying to their own constituents, right? They were lying to their constituents. They were lying to their own legislators. The Democrats, Senate Democrats here tweeted this: enforcing Colorado's high-capacity magazine law. So they said Senate Bill 3 was about enforcing the magazine law. And on some insane level, they're not entirely wrong, of course, because if you can't own a firearm with a magazine, then that is enforcing a magazine law. But this is their justification here, folks. This is literally what the Democrats said, January 10th, 2025, saving lives by enforcing Colorado's current high-capacity magazine prohibition. That's what their justification was for Senate Bill 3 a year that long ago. Prohibiting the purchase and manufacture of aftermarket accessories and firearms that accept detachable magazines. So, of course, there's the reality of it here, folks. But just insane that this is how they sold it to the public, right? Because if they called it an assault weapons ban, if they called it a gun ban, if they called it anything that it actually is, the people would not be happy with that. So instead, they had to make things up. They had to lie. And this is what they claimed. Absolutely insane here, folks. Just crazy. Just absolutely crazy here. Of course, we can look back at Senate Bill 3, passed in 2025. Of course, the prime sponsors, Tom Sullivan, one of the worst senators Colorado's ever seen. Senator Julie Gonzalez, thankfully, she's not going to the U.S. Senate. She's hopefully retired now because she's not up for re-election this year because she's hit her term limit. Andrew Bosnecker, who Daniel Frick, a great Republican legislative candidate, is running against Bosnecker up in Fort Collins. It is a tough seat, of course, don't get me wrong, but he's a great candidate, definitely putting in the work. Wish him the best. Would love to see Bosnecker lose. And Meg Froelich there, Frog Lips as she's known. And yeah, horrible, horrible people, folks. These people think they are better than you. They think that they can control you. They think that they can tell you how you should live your life. Look how long this was. And I think one of the craziest things about this bill, and I want to say that it was Brandy Bradley who brought it up last year. And I don't know if I can play these clips if you're able to hear them or not. I don't know if it shares the sound. I guess that's probably a Zoom setting I could check. There's screen sharing. But if you can hear this, I'm going to try it. Let me know if you can hear it in the chat, because she brought up a really good point. Can you hear that there, folks? Can you hear that? Please let me know. No audio. Okay, no, I appreciate that. Thanks for letting me know here. I wasn't sure if I shared it, if it would work there. Let me try one more time here and see if that works. I think there's a, oh, there it is, share sound. Because the point she's bringing up here, folks, is one of the most important points. If you remember a year ago, Senate Bill 3 changed dramatically, right? It changed dramatically. They changed the bill so much that people testified on it. As Representative Bradley says here, people testified, spending 12 hours testifying on this in committee, and then Democrats changed the bill. They totally changed the bill. So all those people who spoke were speaking on a different version of the bill than what the senators actually ended up voting on. So all of those people, the rights of the people, we did not have that ability. We did not have that right to speak on the actual final bill because they changed it so much. And I think that's extremely important that we need to be aware of. Okay, I'm going to try playing this clip again here. And this is what she says in the clip. So let's try it.
I want to thank the bill sponsors because I do think it was great to let the citizens of Colorado speak for 12 hours in judiciary. I think that this is their house and they pay the taxes on this house and they should be heard. And I don't think we should ever limit their ability to speak, but I don't think the citizens of Colorado have been able to speak to this bill. I mean, we're speaking to this bill. They have not been allowed to speak to the current bill. In finance, they could only speak to the fiscal part of the bill, and then they passed out an amendment when we all sat down, and the people that came to testify didn't even know what the amendment said because we don't make the amendment public, and they thought they were testifying for the Wildlife Cash Fund, which then got struck at the very last minute, and so they were testifying about the Pittman-Robertson Act, and so they didn't know what they were doing. So that's the reason we need to bring this back to a joint special committee, because I don't think that anyone knows what this bill entails, and we need to bring it back so we can all sit down and talk about where the financial component is coming from. Does it impact the Pittman-Robertson Act? Does it not? It just seems like it's getting kind of passed around, and I think it would behoove us and the citizens of Colorado to know what's going on, for all of us to sit down and kind of understand that. I think the sheriffs are completely frustrated with the unfunded mandates, and again, they're going to cut funding. This is going to cost a lot of their departments upwards of $750,000. Where are they getting that from? Where are they pulling that money from? They're going to pull it from roads, healthcare, hospitals. They've got to pull it from somewhere. So we need to refer this back. Hunting and fishermen are not going to buy licenses here if they can't get their hunter safety classes because CPW is so far behind and they're up for renewal every 5 years. Then they will go somewhere else to hunt. That is a big impact to CPW. So we would need to refer this back. We need to understand the fiscal implications to not only CPW, but to the Sheriff's Department. And the citizens need to know and understand. So I urge an aye vote on this motion to send it back. Thank you.
Muted myself there. It was crazy. I mean, it was crazy last year because the bill people were testifying on, that we got a chance to testify on, it was not the final version of the bill. So the people didn't even have the ability to speak on Senate Bill 3 in its final form because the bill changed so much. And it was crazy. They were going back and forth about what it meant and this and that. I mean, the state legislature did not do their due diligence to the people of Colorado, of course, right? Because if they did, they would know they would have a problem, right? And they couldn't. They had to try and force this thing through. And it was absolutely shameful what we're experiencing here in Colorado. And I want to play a couple clips here in a minute, more clips, but if you go to the legislative website, I'm going to share this in the chat here. You can actually see here everybody who voted for this bill. And in my mind, everybody who voted for this bill should be disqualified from all future office for sure. And this is a big election year, folks. All 65 state House seats are up for reelection. Half of the state Senate seats are up for reelection. But you can click in here to votes. And you can see all the votes. Look how many times they amended this bill and all the changes they made. It passed on a 19 to 15 third reading in the Senate. So 19 to 15, folks, when you really think of it that way, just a couple of votes. I mean, really, two votes could have made it so it didn't pass potentially, right? Well, three maybe, let's say. But three senators, that's how close we came to stopping this bill. In the House, we can see here 36 to 28. So, I mean, it was still relatively close, 36 to 28. Let me make that a little bit bigger for you. Was the final reading there. So, a lot of changes here. They tried to refer it back to committee. They did a lot of things. We're got a special guest joining us here now, but literally this voting record, you can click in here, folks, and every single of these Democrat legislators who voted for this bill should be disqualified from office for perpetuity, in perpetuity. Absolutely shameful. Everybody who voted yes, and this should be a record that stays with them for the rest of their political career. And be polite, but if you see these people at the store or in your community or a town hall, remind them that they voted for the worst gun bill in Colorado history. So that link is in the chat. But we do have a special guest joining us right now. We have the wonderful Lesley Hollywood of Rally for Our Rights and We the Second. Lesley, how are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you, Brandon?
Hey, great. Thanks for joining. We are celebrating and commiserating, our last night with some of our gun rights intact. And of course, with 3-day waiting period, this whole scheme has already started here. Don't get me wrong. But at the same time, August 1st, on Colorado's 150th birthday as a state, we're seeing the most egregious anti-gun law in Colorado history take effect. I mean, what are your thoughts tonight on this?
I think it's a sad day for Colorado. Watching how fast this issue, as far as gun rights and gun control in Colorado, has fallen. When I think back just to a few years ago, where we were, gosh, in 2019, we were fighting like hell against one single red flag, law that was running through, and packing hearing rooms and everything that's happened since then, and how incredibly fast it's happened. Of course, SB3 is just without a doubt the most just awful, disgusting, unconstitutional piece of legislation that I've seen passed in Colorado without a doubt. And on top of that, though, I think one of the biggest issues that we're kind of going to run into is going to be the fact that it was kind of Mod Podge together. And that was because, really they didn't have any funding for it, which is why CPW got dragged in, why the sheriffs were pulled, just why CBI was taken out, why all these different things happened was really a funding mechanism. And because of it, it's just a super bizarre Mod Podge law that everybody's going to have to try to navigate. So, it's crazy. I was thinking about last April, when it passed, and just thinking how far away August 1st, 2026 was, and here we are. So
It's crazy how fast it came. You know what I mean? Like we were like, oh, we have so much time, and then here it is. And
yes.
it's crazy. And I just for me, I feel so bad for everybody, obviously, for our entire state, our liberty, our freedom, but especially those people who don't know, or maybe they weren't old enough to buy a firearm before this bill takes effect tomorrow. You know what I mean? Or 2 days ago. Maybe these people who are brand new to the state, or all these people who are going to go to buy the most common sporting rifle in America and going to be legally prevented from doing so without excessive fees, without registering themselves with the state, with the county, taking these courses, all this time, this huge investment. And I just feel bad for the young people who are growing up now who aren't going to have the same ability to exercise their rights like they should,
Absolutely. Well, and not just that, but people who can't afford it, right? So like right now, I mean, life is expensive. I think we all know that. So it's like right now people are already struggling, trying to, figure out how to put food on the table, how to pay rent, how to pay their mortgages, their water bills, and, just kind of juggling their day-to-day expenses as it is. And then knowing that it's like they're up against this deadline where they are potentially going to want a firearm that is under this banned list, and that is now going to be even farther out of reach. So, those people that were really hoping to do it before the August 1st deadline that just financially couldn't. There's so many people that, I mean, are going to be kind of pushed out of this. It's incredibly frustrating watching it all unfold, and kind of the way the entire process has been unfolding has been really nuts to watch as well.
Well, and Leslie, you had a great post over at Rally for Your Rights, or maybe you post this, but Rally for Our Rights, folks. If you're not following Rally for Your Rights on X, on Facebook, please do. But the idea there that this is not a ban, right? Because this is what we've heard, and I've had people comment on my post today saying this isn't a ban. It's just some training. Shouldn't you get training? Shouldn't you know how to use your gun before you buy it? And what's your response? Because you had an incredible response there, Leslie, that this is actually a ban. Can you talk a little bit about that?
I did, yeah. So I actually posted the same post. I run the Rally for Our Rights page, myself and a few people admin that. And then I have my personal Facebook, Lesley Hollywood, and people can look me up on either one. And I actually put this same post on both places, and I put it on X, and it's actually been going viral on X and going viral on my personal Facebook page. And what it is it really, I think what happened, what sparked this in me, this conversation or this desire for me to just really talk about this, was I actually was in a gun group on Facebook, where there was somebody that was, asking, what's the last day to buy the gun before the ban goes into effect, and blah, blah, blah. And then somebody comes in there and starts arguing, well, this isn't a ban. It's not a ban, right? This is this thing. It's not actually a ban. It's just a permit to purchase. Like, you just have to get the permit, but it's not a ban. And I started arguing with this person, and I was just like, is this for real? We're going to be having this conversation right now with people that are going to argue that people are not being banned from buying guns. And so it kind of got me really thinking about, like, all the people who are going to be prohibited, whether it's for various different reasons, right? And so that was this post I made, was actually super long, it's always interesting. It's just a text only post, and very, very long. And over my Facebook page, it has almost 1,000 likes or whatever, engagements on it, tons of shares. On X, it's about 1,000 now. And really what I did is, and I think this is important. So I think it's important that when we talk about this bill, moving forward, when we talk to people about it, when we have to not become comfortable with this idea that rights are privileges, that this is some sort of a privilege, that we now have to just take some training, which is not even training. It's a sit down class. Training would be like actually working with your firearm. This is before you buy a gun. It's a class that you take in a classroom. It's not training. We should stop calling it training as well. But my point with this was that so many different people, at the core of any permit to purchase scheme, it is a gun ban, right? So this is a gun ban first and foremost. All of these guns are simply banned. And then if you want to try and hope that you can make it through this maze, this bureaucratic maze, to get to the other side, to where you can hopefully then actually go and purchase a gun, there are so many reasons that people will not be able to make it from A to Z in this process. And anybody who cannot make it from A to Z, this is a gun ban. It is a gun ban. The goal is to like make it so that people cannot buy guns, make it harder so that they stop. And I went through, gosh, so many different scenarios, whether it's just the fact that you can't afford it, right? Number one, like, why would somebody not be able, who would be banned? Let's talk about who is actually 100% banned. Somebody who simply cannot afford several hundred extra dollars to go through this process, first and foremost. And then it's like, you go down from there. It's like, I went into people with learning disabilities, because you have to pass this classroom test at a 90% or higher. There are people who don't do well on tests. There are people who have learning disabilities. And if we talk about learning disabilities, we can go all the way back to the basic fact that trying to navigate this system to get from A to Z and understand how it all works is something that it's going to take actually some smart people. I mean, I get it because, I've lived it for the last year and a half. But I went even further. It's like people who can't take the time off work to sit for 2 days in this class, this 12-hour class, they required it be done over 2 days. People who, I went into disabilities. I mentioned blind people, which is interesting, blind and visually impaired people. And I got some pushback on that, and people were like, "Well, I don't want blind people owning guns anyway." So I actually elaborated on that today about how blind people and visually impaired people, actually sport shooting is actually a big deal within the disability community, and they actually have adaptive targets and earmuffs, the earmuffs that they wear, and the sights that they put on their firearms that actually use sound. And so the sight, as it gets closer to the target and farther away, it changes the sound. So they actually use that to actually, there's competitions internationally for blind people that shoot, right? So how can a blind person go through this class, take this test, pass with 90%? There, if you're deaf or hard of hearing, if you're disabled in any other way, if you're elderly, you're not able to get where you're going. If you live in rural Colorado and you can't get to somewhere that's teaching a class, you can't get to your sheriff's office. We have lots of sheriffs who aren't even participating in this. So you might be in, maybe you're in the southeast corner of the state and nobody around there's doing it. So you have to come up to Douglas County or El Paso County, but maybe you don't have a car. I mean, there's so many different reasons that people are going to ultimately not follow through with this. And then you have people who just simply refuse to trade a constitutional right for a permit. And I don't blame them one bit. The "we will not comply" crowd, absolutely not. All of these people, this is a gun ban. And it bothers me when people talk about it being anything but. They're like, it's just a permit to purchase. No, it's a gun ban. And if you're lucky enough, if you're privileged enough, you can then get your permit to possibly, and I call it a gun buyer's permit. Like I'm not calling it a permit to purchase. I'm like, if you choose, you can go through, and if you can get a gun buyer's permit, and then you might be allowed to purchase these guns. So yeah, so that was kind of a big frustration of mine, just the language that people use around it. It absolutely is a gun ban. And the training part of it is not training. It is a class. It's a classroom class. And part of that class is actually propaganda because they want you to teach about gun violence, right? They want you to teach about red flag laws. They want you to teach, there's a whole ton of these different things that are packed into this class. Not a training. Training would be learning how to use your firearm. This is before you even buy a firearm. Not a training. It's a class, period. So there's some pieces of language that's being used and thrown around that you won't hear me use.
No, well said. And it's so important not to use their terms and their language and all of that for sure to give them the ability to kind of frame the discussion, right? We got to reframe the discussion based on our constitutional rights, on our freedom as individuals, than things that are actually important because the government is not in the business of protecting our rights, unfortunately. They've totally gone off the rails with that. And like you said, it's a ban for most people. And it's absolutely insane to have to spend this time, this money to buy a commonly purchased firearm. And I want to share this real quick because I found this over, this was from Damage Factory, posted this image here, and there's other ones out there, don't get me wrong, a lot of AI stuff and everything, but it's kind of this step-by-step process here. So people can see here, and just imagine if you had to do this to vote, right? Like, you know what I mean? What if I want to talk about voting or people are making the argument about free speech or to post online, if you're in the United Kingdom, you probably have to do something like this just to get on social media, you know what I mean? But like, apply for an eligibility card, your name-based background check, and you're paying money that way, right? And you got to get the sheriff, and the sheriff has to approve it. So you're registering yourself as a gun owner with the state government, with your sheriff. And I think this is one of the things that most people haven't talked about yet, but just this idea that you have to, if you want to own a firearm, you have to go register with the government. And I think that's one of the most anti and un-American things ever. It's beyond the scope of a background check, right? Because they sold us on background checks with this idea of let's make sure the violent criminals aren't getting a firearm. But now we're in the next stage, which is let's make sure everybody who's going to buy a semi-automatic firearm with a detachable magazine is registered with the government. And we have a database. And I really wonder if we could use the Colorado Open Record Act, CORA, to request documentation about who applied And I think that'd be so interesting because you have to think, what about the privacy concerns of individuals? There's going to be lists, folks, lists of you of people who have applied for these cards, and the government's going to have access to that. I'm sure the feds will have access to that. Can other individuals get access to that and say, oh, I know who has a firearm card and who doesn't? You know what I mean? And then, that sets you up for other problems. But just this idea too, that you have to go sit then. So then number 3, you determine which course you need. If you have already done your CPW certified hunter education or hunter safety, if you haven't, then you got to take the 12-hour course. So now this is a whole day, 2 separate days of your life. You're missing work, your time off. I mean, time is money, folks. This is beyond the pale. Imagine if you had to do this to vote, though, just to go back to that idea. You have to get the background checked. You have to get approved by your local government. You have to go take the civics course for 12 hours, and they have to understand who you are. And I think part of the reason, too, Lesley, when you were talking about the course, it made me think of this idea, the idea that they're going to propagandize you with all the different laws, with red flag gun confiscation, with safe storage laws, with all these types of things there. So then if you get caught breaking the law, they're going to say, oh, you took that course. You have no excuse. No, don't get me wrong. Ignorance is never excuse. The government's not going to accept that. But they're going to say, oh, you're sitting there and they say, oh, you took that course about extended magazines and we found an extended magazine in your house. You knew better. You signed off. You passed the course knowing that's illegal. So you complete the course, number 4 down here. Pass the exam, like you said, with a 90% or higher, learn about quote unquote safe firearm handling, mental health and firearm deaths, red flag gun confiscation, safe storage. So all these things, the cops show up at your house and your guns aren't stored safely and you got kids in the home. Now, all of a sudden you're a criminal now. And then they submit it to the state government, to CPW. And then you can go fill out the ATF form and the Colorado background check and go do the other paperwork that the state already requires and the federal government requires to buy a gun. So it's like layers upon layers upon layers of bureaucracy, of fees, of expensive courses, and it's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. It's a total infringement on our rights, and totally wrong. I mean, I don't know what other way to say it except that it's just fundamentally un-American. It's wrong, and the government should have no right to do this to us.
Yeah, and I think that's an interesting point about the core, right? And that's something I would be willing to do that. I do Quoras often. So it would be very interesting to submit a Quora, and because these should be, I mean, we should be able to get any records from CPW. So it would be interesting to find out if they turn this over, because if they do, I mean, this is, I think one of the things, there's so many different pieces of this that I've touched on. One of the things I really emphasize, have been emphasizing honestly since the beginning, was kind of the privilege aspects. I think that's huge. But I also think that, this is a gun owner registry, right? Like, so CPW now has a registry of gun owners, and it's a little comparable to a concealed carry, because concealed carry, in my opinion, concealed carry is a little bit also of a gun owner registry. The difference with a concealed carry is that it doesn't prevent you from purchasing the gun. So you can still go purchase anything you want with and then you make that next step to choose to get a concealed carry permit. So although that's kind of what I've heard it compared to, this is so different because this is literally, like I said, a gun buyer's permit. And that's exactly what it is. So when we're talking about putting together essentially an electronic registry of gun buyers in Colorado, I think that's a big piece of it. So it would be very interesting to find out if that's Quorable, not because I'd want to do anything with the information that I would get with that, but it would be interesting to find out if they turn it over. Because if they turn it over that easily to me, I mean, that right there would be crazy. But, the other thing too is that, who's enforcing this? So this is, the way that they have this whole crazy weird system set up is it's DOR, Department of Revenue, Colorado Department. It's our tax collectors, right? Our tax collectors are in charge of a gun ban. Like, what the heck? So they're the ones who will be enforcing it at the FFL level, and they're the ones who get to decide which guns are banned and which guns aren't, if a FFL is breaking the law or not. And they also have unfettered access to everything that's within this. They have unfettered access into, what the FFLs have with there was one of the bills that just passed this year in 2026 actually requires, it was basically just building on this, the DOR authority, but one of the things that they now require the FFLs to do is to collect all this information about anybody who is purchasing a long gun. So that's already law for handguns. That's already the case. So they already have to collect this information for handguns. But long guns have always been exempt from that. Now with this bill that just passed this year, they now have to collect long gun information as well. So in a way, they're already kind of through that creating this sort of, that's the actual guns that you're buying. So here we know who the gun buyers are. I mean, there's so many pieces to that. And so one of the things that they did when that bill passed was they actually now they pretty much said that the FFLs, the dealers can now keep those forms in electronic format, which is federally illegal actually. So like, for instance, when you fill out your background check. So a lot of people, I think, are like, well, we're already filling out a form 4473. We're already submitting all this information. Well, there's actually federal laws around the 4473, and not to say that they're abided by. Like, don't get me wrong here, but there are federal laws in place that say they cannot be kept digitally. They have to be kept in the paper form, and they have to be kept. There's laws around it, and the ATF can only come in and request them for specific reasons. They can't come in there and just be like, out of the blue, hey, I want to see all your 4473s the last 10 years. They have to have like a kind of probable cause. So what happened with DOR getting involved in this at the state level is they can come in and they can get information for any reason. They can just walk in and just demand that you hand over everything, right? So they can now go into CPW and be like, give me a list of all the gun owners, and that kind of turns into, all sorts of issues there as far as, are they hunting, are they fishing for crimes? Are they looking for one specific person and everybody's in it? Lots of issues there for sure.
Definitely. And shout out to Allo State here in the chat, says all it takes is one database leak, and then they can match names with voter records to figure out which houses likely have guns. And they could potentially know which firearms you have, or at least the idea that you applied and got a firearm permit for a semi-automatic rifle with a detachable magazine. I mean, that's the gun that they want to ban. And if they have a list of everybody's home address who has one of those, I mean, this is what accomplishes that. And Lesley, I think you brought up such a great point with the Department of Revenue getting involved. And I want to share this because I get it. Like everybody says, don't comply. And sure, you don't have to comply, but the thing is that the state's not going to use local law enforcement to push this. Right. It's, as you said, Lesley, it's the Department of Revenue. And it makes me think of the tax collectors that went after alcohol during Prohibition. And that's how they got Al Capone. It was all about revenue collection and not paying your taxes. And that's the state's tool to infringe upon our rights for sure. So, I'm not the first one to call him this. I know RMGO called him but I said Colorado's anti-gun Gestapo. For those wondering how Colorado's new anti-gun laws will be enforced, be aware that the Department of Revenue has a, quote, firearms dealer division with armed agents. Now they are post-certified officers. They're going to be armed agents from the state government under the purview of our next governor and Attorney General Jenna Griswold, God forbid, who will visit gun shops to ensure compliance with state law. So your local sheriffs, your local police department, they have nothing to do with this. You know what I mean? So people can say, hey, look, Mr. Sheriff, don't enforce this, don't do that. Well, they don't have to enforce it. They could say, fine, I'm not going to enforce anything to do with this. It's not going to stop the state government from coming in and shutting down an FFL, shutting down a gun shop. And I say this, and I don't, people might say this is strong, but probably not the people watching this. Employees working for this division are an absolute disgrace to Colorado and the United States of America. And I can't imagine, you're working for the firearms dealer division in the Department of Revenue. And that's your job, is to go ensure compliance with unconstitutional gun laws, to make sure that they're keeping these databases of people buying. But that's ultimately what it is, folks. And I really think that's the idea, is that people need to understand that the tyrants at the state legislature, they built a state-controlled office of armed agents to ensure that Senate Bill 3 will be enforced. So it wasn't just Senate Bill 3, as you already said, Lesley, but it was a whole package of bills over the last 2 years, really, 25 and then this year in 26, to ensure that the state had a functioning police apparatus to ensure that these laws are being enforced. So it's much more than just Senate Bill 3, ultimately. And I think that's an important thing that people need to understand. And it was so interesting. I think it was in for Rally for Your Rights group that you run, Lesley, where somebody over there had said, somebody said, "Oh yeah, I met one of the guys who works for the firearms dealer division, came to my FFL, and he was a really cool guy and really nice and stuff like that." And I asked him why is he working there, and he's like, "Well, I'm relatively he's a pro gun guy supposedly." And he says, "Well, if it wasn't me, it'd be somebody much worse." And just that whole attitude, I've been thinking about that for days. That the idea of somebody who says, "I'm going to go enforce these anti-gun laws on the people of Colorado, on gun shops." And it's good that it's me doing it and not somebody who's rabidly anti-gun. But at this point, I mean, like, come on, if you're willing to do this, if you're willing to enforce these laws, then I have no respect for that person, personally. That's my own thought. But really, folks, it's the Department of Revenue, the Firearms Dealer Division, and they're armed thugs who are going to be going to gun stores to ensure compliance. And your local sheriff, your local police is going to have nothing to do with it. And that's ultimately what it is. And I mean, what are the local sheriffs supposed to do? They're not going to be able to like post up outside of gun shops and make sure the state government doesn't come in. I mean, there's no, you know what I mean? Like they're in a position where it's different than I think some people think it is in terms of, oh, it's going to be local law enforcement for enforcing this Senate Bill 3 and these other gun laws. No, it's going to be the state government coming in with armed agents and big books of all of the records they need to keep. So we have another guest joining us tonight. We have Nicholas Rogers, his glorious return to YouTube here. Mr. Wolverines himself, the big Timber Lodge. How are you, sir?
I'm doing all right, brother. Let me get a Wolverines. You know what I mean? I'm still rocking it over on the Green Machines and over at Patreon and whatnot. But you but on Lesley ever.
Oh, thank you. So do you.
Oh, thanks. I'm just old grizzly dude trying to save Colorado. It's been a tumultuous path over the past year since all this crap has happened. But I wanted to come on tonight and share as much truth information that I've been able to collect over the past couple months or so. I don't know how much you guys have talked about. I was having dinner with the family, but or you're aware that CSSA filed not only a lawsuit against Colorado, but is filing a petition, a preliminary injunction. So let me start with that one. We got bad news on that front. Did you guys already talk about this?
Go for it.
Okay.
And while you're pulling that up, Nicholas, I got to say, once people heard you were going to be on the live stream tonight, people were so excited. Like people were like, "We miss him," and people in X chats. I got to tell you, people said, "Bring it, tell him he's got to come back to X. We miss him in our chats.
Oh
we miss him here." And so I just wanted to relay that to you because I said,
I'll pull it up over here on the left. So and I'll just mute this over here so I can see the chat. Oh, there's the Wolverines. What's up, Prek Freerood? How you doing, man? Anyways, so. The bad news, it's not completely bad news, but about the preliminary injunction we were hoping that CSSA would be able to file. The judge that was appointed to this is William Martinez. He is an Obama-appointed judge. So that's kind of a womp womp when it comes to winning a judge type thing for a preliminary injunction. And the folks at CSSA said they need to be able to present more proof that this injunction should actually go through. So that's what they're working on right now. Now, what the other thing is, though, is one of the good things, though, about potentially stopping SB25-003 is the defense or the dismissal reasons that the state of Colorado wants to use to dismiss SB25-003 were just shot down by a Democrat judge for the 6.5% excise tax, where they're trying to overrule that. That was in the news today, which is kind of funny because Mike Allen, who's running for Attorney General of Colorado, is actually defending the excise tax, that's a very hairy, precocious situation. But the good news is that the judge did not allow the dismissal cause to go through that the state of Colorado was using for the 6.5% excise tax, which is the exact same dismissal cause the state is going to be trying to use to dismiss SB 25-003 lawsuit. So that's some good news. Also, I've seen rumors going around because people send me stuff and they're like, hey, if I take my gun to a gun store and they send it off and, to be worked on and I need to come get it back, I'm now going to be subject to the COID card if y'all don't remember, that's what I called the Colorado Firearm Education Safety Card over a year and a half ago. That's the COID card. However, I spoke with an attorney yesterday about this, and let me see where that is. Hey, there's Lesley's text messages. There he is. Okay. There's a specialty. No, wrong thing. Okay. So the attorney says the Department of Revenue hasn't briefed any of them on having to get a COID card to get one of your controlled items back if it was returned from a gunsmith. He said, and the return of a firearm for repair to the same customer does not require a 4473, so 003 should not be triggered by the gunsmith return. So, and later he went on to say, he said, in fact, if you mail a firearm to a company for repair, they are allowed to legally mail it back to you directly. And so,
and you had actually brought this up to me. You sent me a text message yesterday about this exact issue. And so there was actually, this was an amendment that was added during the entire debate. So if you go back to our messages, I'm going to try to find him.
All right, let me go back to you.
Let me see here.
Where are you at, Les?
Oh boy. Yes. Okay. So I didn't actually, I was on page 6 of the bill. So on page 6 of the bill, repairs and gunsmiths are actually, there's a whole provision written in there. So that was not in there in the initial part of the bill. It was actually not in there, I think, until the Senate. But that was eventually added. So, I don't have the bill open in front of me. Do you, Brandon?
Yes, I do. I got the
Okay.
final bill right here. I can pull it up or share the screen. What would you like?
So they actually do mention this part in there because it was important. So yeah. So
Right.
so basically, if you need to have your gun repaired and you need to take it somewhere, drop it off with a gunsmith and pick it up, unless there's reason. Basically, if I remember right, what it says is that unless there's reason for that gunsmith to believe that you are now prohibited since you dropped it off, that they don't have to go through any of the process. They're exempt from all of this.
Here it says here, a gunsmith for the purposes of maintenance, repair, or modification and the subsequent return of the specified semi-automatic firearm to the lawful owner, unless the gunsmith has reason to believe that the lawful owner is prohibited by law from possessing the specified semi-automatic firearm. So don't ask, don't tell, but if you bought it before the COID card started, I don't think that should be a problem, but that is in the bill, and there's some other exceptions here as well.
Right. And I'll just toss this out there. I live in Colorado Springs, and one of the larger gun stores here in Colorado Springs and probably in the state, they have their own store policy where if a gun, like I bought a Glock through their store, it did not cycle correctly. I brought it back to the store a couple days after I purchased it. They said, cool, Glock will fix it. We'll ship it off for you. Glock had it for a month and a half, and when it came back, I ended up having to get another background check. After speaking with an attorney, the attorney said that that's technically not required by law. That is a store policy. And so just make sure that you talk to the store if you have to have a weapon shipped off that is on the controlled list, that they don't have any sort of fandangled, background check policy, or if it's gone longer than 30 days, all of a sudden you're having to do a 4473 and potentially going to need to have the COID card to get your own firearm back. So that's a little bit of advice. I just want to squash as much of the rumors that are going on everywhere. I think, did you guys watch the William Kirk episode that came out today about, the future of gun control is literally just going to be looking at the Colorado blueprint?
Yeah, Colorado's setting the standard. Yeah.
I did not watch it, but I did I saw that it was out.
Yeah. It's something that William Kirk actually talked with me quite a bit about when he came on the Big Timber Lodge podcast several months ago, because we both agreed that with the direction that we're seeing now, courts of appeals and circuit courts are starting to look at assault weapons ban or semi-automatic weapons bans. It's going to be headed now to the Supreme Court. It has to be, because now we have like the Third Circuit Court of Appeals overturning New Jersey's assault weapons ban, but then we have the Ninth Court of Appeals upholding California. And speaking with William Kirk on this, I asked him, I was like, why hasn't the Supreme Court picked up an assault weapons ban case yet? Because we've been asking for it for decades. And he said the reason why is because the Supreme Court doesn't take up rulings from lower courts unless they're extremely in violation of a constitutional law, or unless you get somebody like the Third Circuit Court of Appeals ruling one way, and then you have the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals ruling the opposite way. And now you have two separate rulings going in opposite directions over the same issue. And that's when it has to go to SCOTUS. So we are going to get a Supreme Court ruling on the assault weapons ban probably in the fall, maybe early next year. It's going to depend on when they pick it up. But the big thing that William Kirk and I both agreed on is the future of gun control isn't going to be limiting the type of weapon that you can purchase. It is going to be based off of the Colorado blueprint with this COID card, which is going to be a licensing scheme that makes you endure poll taxes, take tests, pay an exorbitant amount of money in order to be able to exercise your right and then be able to purchase something. And one of the things that William Kirk really pointed out well is he said, in Colorado, we've got some really great county sheriffs, but then we've also got some really bad county sheriffs as well. And the discrepancy that you're going to see across the state, where this county is like, hey, we'll do this background check for free, or this county is going to be like, we don't want you to have a gun, so we're going to make this cost you $1,000 just for the sheriff's department, or we're going to drag it out as long as we want. And it's just becoming a measure that they could prevent people from being able to get the license, because it's all going back to the Illinois FOID card. But the Illinois FOID card is an extremely simple process to do. You go to your local sheriff's office, they do a background check on you, you pay them $11, and the license is good for 10 years. Here in Colorado, you're having to do so many more steps, pay so much more money, and the license is only good for half that amount of time at 5 years. And this will be the model. He's saying other states are already looking at it. Democrat states are already looking at Colorado, what they're doing. And they're going to take it a step further, where they're going to be having tiers of firearms that you would like to purchase, where if you want to own like a shotgun or a bolt action rifle, it's going to cost you like a couple $100. If you want to get like a handgun, it's going to cost you like $500. But if you want to get like a AR-15, it's going to cost you thousands of dollars. And so it's going to become a money-making system, but that's going to prohibit people that don't have a lot of money or a lot of time to spend getting the license from being able to purchase.
And Lesley brought up that point as well in a great Facebook post as well, and we mentioned it earlier. But just that's what's so crazy about it too, is that the Democrats are supposed to be they claim to be the champions of the poor, right? And they claim to be helping the working class and all these people who are struggling and this and that. But those are the people who don't have the money, the time, and the resources, the energy, are going to be the ones who suffer the most under all of their schemes, right? All of the schemes, no matter what it is. And this is the best example of it with Senate Bill 3, because you don't have the time. You can't take time off work. You can't go pay for these courses. You can't pay for all these things. Maybe you can't pass, and what's the difference between the two different background checks in a way? You know what I mean? Like, is the one background check maybe you pass, the other one you fail? Are they looking at the same things? This and that. Who knows? But you got to pay for it all down the road. And it's ultimately, the impoverished people in our society are going to be the ones disproportionately affected by this, unable to defend themselves. And you got to think that young person who doesn't have a lot of money, obviously if somebody's under 21 now, I mean, this is already a problem, right? Say you move out and you're living in East Aurora and you're 19 years old, you cannot legally buy a firearm to defend yourself. I mean, that's a huge problem already. But then say you turn 21 and you want to get, the most common sporting rifle in America, and you're not able to do that because now you can't afford to. And it's like, it's just creating this, it's creating the problem that the Democrats always pretend that they're solving, which is the idea that the working class and lower class people people are struggling more, where the wealthy people, I mean, if you're rich enough, you're just going to establish residence in another state. You're like, oh, well, I own a cabin in Wyoming and I'm just going to, move my residency there, or my lawyer's going to do this and that. And I'm not going to be affected by any of this. That's how it always works. That's how it always works. And these Democrat schemes end up hurting people that they supposedly are the champions of. And more people need to wake up to that, working class people, poor people, young people. You need to realize the Democrats are the ones who are putting you in a bad position.
Well, and let's really quickly, you just mentioned the background check. Is this background check different than that background check? So I actually so when you really look at the different components, the different pieces that ultimately the maze that you have to eventually get from A to Z, let's say that A is the very first step that you have to do. So, and that's actually the background check. And this is something that I've been kind of thinking about lately. Okay, so what is required is for an individual on their own to figure out how to get and purchase a name-based background check. That includes criminal, it has to be Colorado and nationwide criminal and judicial database records, right? That's very, very extensive background check, and it's name-based. So that's again something else that I mentioned in my post about all the different people who are going to be banned for this is going to be people who have common names that get mixed up in a name-based background check. This isn't fingerprints, this is name-based. And we know that that's a common issue, and it's actually common mostly with minorities. Actually, they're the ones who actually get caught up in those get falsely flagged in name-based background checks as minorities because their names are so common. So one of the things that I keep thinking about is that, so say for example, somebody goes and does gets their background check. And right now, if you do your form 4473, you submit it, they run that background check. None of your information ever actually comes to the FFL. They don't see what you've done in your past. They get either denied or approved. Denied or approved. There's no subjectiveness to it. There's no looking over anything. So let's say, for example, here's I'm gonna give you an example. So in 2013, Colorado passed a law that closed what they call the boyfriend loophole in our background checks. And that basically federally, the federal level through like NICS, when it came to a background check, if you didn't have children with somebody and you weren't married and it was just a boyfriend, domestic partner, and say they had a domestic violence situation, that person actually was not caught up in the Brady stuff, the federally that actually, so that's what the boyfriend loophole is. If you ever hear Democrats discuss the boyfriend loophole was closed 13 years ago in Colorado. So here's the thing though. So say in 2010, you had a domestic violence situation that does not prohibit you from owning a gun, right? Because of that boyfriend loophole that existed back then. And it truly was a little bit of a loophole. And say, for example, in 2010, you have that conviction. That's all in your record, but it doesn't prohibit you from owning a gun. Now you have to hand all of this to your sheriff. Say, for example, you had a domestic violence situation that happened, say it was even 2015, since the boyfriend loophole. And I'm just using domestic violence as an example because that's kind of one of the hardest hitting prohibited factors that we have. So say in 2015, you had a domestic violence situation. I would say it was just, harassment. You yelled and, got in trouble and got a DV. You went to court and they gave you a deferred sentence. So if anyone knows what deferred sentence is, that means you initially plead guilty. Once you finish your sentence, say you go to your anger management classes and you do your community service and you pay your fines and you're just back on track, you actually go back to court and they reverse that conviction, right? And once that deferred sentence is reversed, you get your gun rights back. Okay. So now all of a sudden you have to take your background check that has all of that on it and you have to hand it to a sheriff. And then that sheriff has to say, whoa, you actually have all this shit in your background. Like you actually have a lot of stuff. Maybe they got in a fight. Maybe it was some sort of drugs, DUIs, all of these things that never ever show up when you walk in and you just buy a gun. right? Because
Right.
4473, it's yes or no. None of those are prohibiting factors. So now all of a sudden you could have a huge rap sheet that maybe none of it was actually a prohibiting factor that you now have to hand to your sheriff. And so what's your sheriff supposed to do with that? You know, because your sheriff can subjectively just say, actually, no, I think you shouldn't go forward with this. You know, and it's kind of going to be a difficult situation to put your sheriff in too.
Mhm.
Because say your sheriff says yes, they're the gatekeepers. I call the sheriffs the gatekeepers in this. So the sheriffs are the gatekeepers. You hand them that background check, and then you have to just be like, hey man, this is my rap sheet, but I'm not prohibited from buying a gun. And they have to look at that, and then they've got to decide that, yeah, you're still good to go forward. And then say you do go forward and somebody does, you know, use their firearm to cause harm, are those sheriffs going to be liable?
Mhm.
There's even just that very first, that A, right? Talk about A. Like that very first piece is so much bigger and deeper than anything that we've ever done or that we currently do. And I don't know, Nicholas, if you know, with the FOID card in Illinois, do you know what so and I don't know this. I don't have the answer to this question, but I don't know what their background check looks like.
It's a normal NICS background check at the sheriff's station. It's completely objective. Are you a felon, or did you have a DV or a PPO against you? That's
Yeah.
it.
So when you think about, you know, also other things that would show up on a background check, divorces, I mean,
Right.
judicial records, you know,
So this is actually, so I started off with like bad news of the fact that the CSSA's judge that got picked for the preliminary injunction is an Obama appointed judge, William Martinez. Not good, right? But what I've learned here at the Big Timber Lodge is do not rely on any pro Second Amendment organization to save our bacon in Colorado. Just don't. I'm not saying they're bad, but we needed to get things done on our own and actually take action. And we have. And I worked with the civil rights guy who put together a packet, and we spread this packet to all these gun stores across Colorado. And I did a show on it, multiple shows on it, on how to sign up with the Civil Rights Division and file a complaint against Colorado for SB25-003. Now, I'm going to say there's some good news about this. No, we haven't heard anything back from the Civil Rights Division. However, the good news about this is a situation where no news is good news, because last year when I was in DC filing complaints with the Civil Rights Division and doing stuff and working with this guy, and we would submit our packages or emails, we would get rejection emails from the Civil Rights Division. Not one person has actually received, everybody's received we've accepted this, but nobody's gotten a rejection email. And there's two things that are really funky about SB 25003 that stand out compared to the other states that have a licensing scheme. One is the subjective background check by the sheriff's department, which is supposed to be gone when they got rid of, what was it, Heller or Bruin? I forget which one it was, where they got rid of it became constitutionally, you're not allowed to do
you're talking about the may issue versus shall
may
issue.
may issue versus shall issue, right?
Yeah.
States could no longer be like, well, we might give you this, but we just don't like you. That's our prerogative. No. Am I a criminal? Do I have a domestic violence, or do I have a PPO against me? A
And that was
permanent
and that was
protective order.
that was Bruin. That was
That
a
was
big
Bruin.
deal because
That was-
that was actually because several states had may issue CCW stuff, and
Right.
may issue gave them the authority just to say, nah, I don't like the color of your skin.
Well, yeah, it's like I lived in California, and we had a sheriff in Santa Barbara County that was like, unless you're a celebrity or a politician, we will not give you a conceal and carry license. Now the other thing is, so that's an issue because it goes against Bruin, but the other big issue is you have to take a test and get a 90% or better on it. This is going back to the civil rights era of Jim Crow law, where they had poll taxes to be able to prevent Black people from being able to vote. And that's what we structured our whole complaint package against Colorado around, was two statutes in civil rights era law saying that Colorado is now violating our civil rights here. So we are hoping that even if we don't get a preliminary injunction, but we will hear from the Civil Rights Division with the Department of Justice here soon, because nobody's gotten a rejection email. We know that it's on the radar of Harmeet Dillon. We got thousands of people to submit these forms with the exact same verbiage, pointing out exactly how they violated our civil rights. And so hopefully, we're hoping tomorrow we hear from the Department of Justice to hopefully end this. That's a big fight. But I want
That's
people to
awesome.
know that it's no news is good news because nobody's gotten a rejection email. And all last year when we were submitting these, we would always get a rejection email. And as soon as I saw that nobody was getting a rejection email, that means they're looking at the case.
That's huge. That's amazing. And Nicholas, people can still file those. Do you have that video still live on Rumble? Because I know you took a lot of your YouTube videos down. Okay, I'll make sure to get it out there and share it on social media as much as I possibly can the next few, especially over the weekend. Maybe people have time to do that if they haven't already. But yeah, it is a civil rights issue. It is a constitutional issue. I mean, I can't understand how this is not a violation of our rights on so many levels, and we have to do everything possible to make as much noise and use the right language. As Lesley brought up earlier too, you know, we got to explain this is a band. It's not training. It's a propaganda course. It's Jim Crow era style laws. It's restrictions on our rights and our liberties. And for me, I'm big on thinking. You know, this is turning us into second class citizens here in Colorado. You know, and I know people were having this discussion that somebody from another state who's legally in their legal residency is in Wyoming and they come to Colorado for the weekend, they can go into a gun shop here in FFL, buy a IR-15, and they don't have to go through this whole course. It's only Colorado citizens. Other people from out of state can come into Colorado and avoid all of this because it only applies to us, which is insane. And we're second class citizens. They're infringing on our rights. And I mean, it's just the worst example. Of course, we saw today they're trying to ban commercial gas powered lawn equipment. Of course, they've been talking about that for a while. We can't buy the same kind of water heaters and furnaces that people in other states can. In Colorado, you know, we're slowly becoming the Soviets, maybe not slowly, but we're becoming the Soviet style state where the government has so much control over our lives. And this firearm aspect is definitely the tip of the spear and something that's going to end up costing people's lives because we're not going to be able to defend ourselves the way we should. And it's absolutely and utterly insane.
Well, another thing that nobody's talking about is the fact that it's making the state money that we didn't vote on as a people, right? It's in there like, oh, well, you know, they're just incurring a fee at CPW to license you. All right. I'm gonna drop an F-bomb. Let's do this dance, motherfucker. Okay, because you have to have private trainers that are third party, not associated with the state, that are going to be training people. Let's say they charge $200 for a 1-day course for 4 hours or $500 for a 2-day 12-hour course. Guess who's paying an income tax to the state on the money earned during that time? Those trainers are, for each person. So the state is making money off of taxes through income by forcing us to go to a third-party trainer who is going to be a Colorado resident. Nobody's talking about this. It's a way for the state to make money, but the state knows not enough people are going to end up bending the knee. What do you think, Lesley? We haven't had this conversation in a while. What do you think the purpose of SB25-003 is if we were to take a step back, you know, from the forest, get on the mountaintops and look at it for the trees? What do you think the purpose of SB25-003 is?
I mean, I think it's ultimately to make it as difficult as it possibly can be for people to purchase one of these, you know, specific guns. And I'm sure I have zero doubt that they're going to be going after like the Glocks, you know, next year. Because, you know, one of the things that is interesting, and I had kind of a hectic day, but I was trying to pull up some information earlier because Colorado actually does keep pretty detailed information on homicides by firearm type. So we can actually break down. So I was actually trying to pull out that information today. I haven't looked at it in a while, but I mean, I could almost guarantee you that it's like less than 1% of homicides by firearm that are committed with the guns that are being banned right now under SB3. Everything else is not banned, and that's where the crime is happening. So, you know, you say that to a Democrat and they're like, well, we have to go after those. Well, how are they doing that now? By basically, right now what they're doing in other states is what they're going to do here, which is they're going to go after, the Glocks, and, because you can put a Glock switch on it. So Glock switches are already federally illegal, but never mind that, they're going to have to go after the handguns. So I never did get those numbers. I will pull them though, and because I'm actually kind of curious to see that. And I also, whenever I talk about homicides, I like to make sure that people understand homicide is all intentional death by firearm in this case, right? It's all intentional death, but it wraps in self-defense. So when you talk about homicide, that includes self-defense. So even if we look at homicide numbers and the guns that are being banned right now, say it is 1%, there's a chance that even 0.2% of those are actually self-defense. So I like to point that out whenever I use the term homicide, but that's how they break it down in CDPHE. But yeah, I mean, I think the ultimate goal is disarmament. That's ultimately what they want to do, and they're going to go through it every which way possible. I did want to say something really quick, Nicholas, that I don't know if you know this or not, but when Boulder passed their assault weapons ban back in 2018,
I thought it was
that
19. No, that was
was
1989 was Denver. Never mind. My bad.
Boulder was 2018. And when they passed that, it was eventually overturned, and it was actually overturned by an Obama appointed judge.
Okay.
Just so you
Yeah.
know. Just because I think it's a lot of times we can just be like, oh, or actually this was a Polis appointed judge that overturned it. Sorry, I'm sorry. But again, kind of the same idea that just because it's a Democrat appointed judge, we just saw that in the Third Circuit. I mean, literally, we had two liberal judges who ultimately were the two. I mean, that was going to happen no matter what. But we actually had two liberal judges that joined in that opinion, and actually one of them was the one that really just put her neck out there and said, yeah, this is wrong. So I just want to don't totally lose hope. I'm trying to think.
No.
This Martinez one is somebody who I'm familiar with, and I'm trying to think why, and I think it might be gun related, so I'll have to look into it.
Yeah, there's we could talk a little bit more about that, but Brandon, what do you think is the reason behind SB 25-003?
I mean, of course, disarmament, of course, shutting down FFLs. They want to shut down gun shops. And I think they want conservative voters to flee the state. They're trying to pass policies they know will force people to leave so they can secure their voting bloc for future Democrat victories. I mean, you can control the demographics of the state that way. You can make our state a sanctuary for illegal aliens.
Right.
You can make it a sanctuary for transgender surgeries for children, for abortions. So you bring all these people in here who are your voting people, and then you say, hey, we're going to pass policies that we know conservatives are going to hate and lose the state over. So I think that's the big picture. And whether that's intentional or not, I think it's intentional for some of them. Some of them are that devious and evil, like Bo Snecker and Lorena Garcia and some of the others out there, probably Julie Gonzalez. Well, she's not that smart, but some of the others, definitely are. But whether it's that's what's happening, and we're seeing it, right? People are leaving the state because of this, and we're going to attract the wrong type of people here. But Nicholas, just because you joined a little bit late, or a little bit after we talked about this, look at this. This is going to make you laugh, and not in a good way. This is what the Senate Democrats said in 2025. This was their explanation about Senate Bill 3, enforcing Colorado's high capacity magazine law. That was their justification initially. So we can see the lies, we can see the distortion of truth, we can see how they've sold this to the people and sold this to their own constituents and to their own caucus. And you got to think this only passed by 3 votes in the Senate, right? And that's one of the things that's so interesting. But I think part of the reason they sold it to the other senators is they say, well, no, we're just enforcing existing law. We know nobody's following this magazine law. So this is going to kind of tighten that, make it. And then all of a sudden they amended the bill. They changed it multiple times. There's all these different versions of it. And the cat was already in the bag. They went too far. The Democrats had to pass it, at that point, like they couldn't back down. But I just wanted to show that to you because it's so insane to think back a year ago how they were trying to sell this to us, and now here we are where we're legally unable to.
Well, that's also like was it last year or the year before that? I think it was last year when the Department of Revenue stood up their own law enforcement agency to come after FFLs, and they have to be post board certified. If you actually read the original text for that law, do you know what it started off about?
Probably magazines.
Automobile enforcement. automobile enforcement, and they slid it through and then completely changed it to being a Department of Revenue law enforcement agency that's post-board certified, and they had it earmarked as having zero appropriations.
Right, zero fiscal note, $0
And I
fiscal note, Court.
I laid into Julie Gonzalez in that testimony. I was so pissed. I was like, how can you guys say, because they're saying they're going to need like 30 people, and there's assholes that have already signed up and they pay well for this position. And I'm like, how could you say this has no appropriations when it's going to cost the state this much money to train people, give them a salary, have them doing recurring training if they're post-board certified, pay for their weapons, pay for their vehicles, give them a headquarters, all of this stuff. And they said zero appropriations. And they did that because they knew the sheriff's departments weren't going to enforce SB25-003 going forward.
Right,
and one
right.
of the, and one of the things that I'll say is they knew that SB25-003's licensing scheme was so extreme, not many people are going to be willing to do it. And they knew that it was going to shut down FFLs because it's going to be almost identical to Illinois, which Illinois has the FOID card, but they also have their own assault weapons ban. And I talked with Sean Steele from CFFLA, and he told me, like, after a year of Illinois having an assault weapons ban paired with their FOID card, over 2/3 of the FFLs closed up shop. And that's what I think the big thing is it's not just disarmament. It's preventing you from having a method in which to become armed, knowing that people are going to be like, I don't want to do this. And then it's going to shut down all these businesses. And they don't care. I mean, we heard Julie Gonzalez literally say last year in her testimony, I don't care if it shuts you down, right? She said, I don't care about the spirit of the West. I'm getting all these complaints from FFLs. If this saves just one life, we don't care, right? And another thing that I really want to punch a lot of these liberals in the face over is I have to sit through testimony after testimony, hearing, the red shirt mafia, Moms Demand Actions, come out there and they have these sob stories about my brother was depressed and he walked into a gun store and bought a gun and then went home and shot himself. Okay, you do realize that we live in Colorado, which has medically assistance in dying, just like Canada. And we have become a suicide haven where people from other states are coming to Colorado to have state-assisted suicide. And it's not just for like terminal illness like cancer and stuff like that. There was a young girl that was anorexic living in California who didn't make it as a Hollywood starlet, came to Colorado to find herself, went to a therapist. The therapist is like, oh, so you're anorexic. Let me tell you about MAID. And then the state was going to help her kill herself. She reached out to her dad to tell her dad what she was doing. And he's like, what the hell are you doing? You just have an eating disorder. You're not sick. You got to get over this. And then he helped her get better. But that just goes to show that this state only hates guns when it comes to suicide because you're not using the state to kill yourself. If you were taking pills or whatever method they're giving you, they don't care. But you do it with the gun, they do care. And the suicide number is actually, the reason why I bring this up is the suicide number is incredibly high in our annual homicide death because it is an intentional death inflicted by yourself. And they use that number in their statistics to push more gun control, which is ironic because the state has state-assisted suicide. So it just blows me away. Lesley, what are your thoughts on that? Because I know you're a numbers gal.
Yeah, so I think when it comes to the suicide numbers, it always bothers me the way they inflate and use tragedy to push their agenda basically. And I do so, and I'm one that actually thinks the suicide. I mean, attempting suicide with a firearm is going to be more lethal than almost any other means, right? Like we know this. And what would be maybe if you jumped off like a 5,000-foot cliff, I mean, obviously you're not going to make it, but like there's some things that are just going to be maybe even more lethal, but not a lot. So firearms are definitely more lethal when it comes to suicide. But to me, I think that that's something that it's something that matters a lot. And it's something that really needs to be handled within the gun owner community ourselves. And the more government intervention that we have into, with gun control, with, you know, the registries, with all of these different things, ultimately people don't get help is what happens. When they need
Right.
help, they don't reach out. I think that the red flag stuff has actually done more harm than good as far as suicide goes. It's like, you know, did it save one life? It may have, but how many did it take? Because people are now afraid to go to the doctor and get help. You know, so I think that, you know, it's definitely a catch-22 when it comes to that stuff. And it's I do care, you know, I have a difficult time. My sister committed suicide. And so it's
Mhm.
a kind of an issue that's near and dear to my heart. She did not use a firearm. She used a bottle of pills that was prescribed by her doctor.
Mm.
That's how she took her life, and she's no longer here. And you're right about you know, the state assisted suicide. And I as somebody who's, you know, dealt with suicide so up close and personal, I have a really difficult time, and I find it just really grotesque the way that the gun control community likes to exploit that tragedy to, you know, to push for full on disarmament. You know, I also, another thing that really drives me nuts, going back to what homicide means, you know, the fact that homicide doesn't just include murder. Everyone thinks it's just murder. I hate the fact that they use, you know, the gun control community, the gun grabbers will use homicide stats to disarm us, right? And because they are literally using, you will have somebody who used a firearm to save their life or the life of somebody else, and that stat is in there because they still took a life of somebody else with a firearm. So that stat is in there in those homicide statistics, and they will use the fact that somebody is alive today because guns save lives, and
Mhm.
they will then use those numbers to push to disarm that same person who literally saved their life or the life of somebody else with a gun. I mean, it just it's they're they're just some of the most disgusting people. I have the hardest time with the way they twist and exploit all those numbers.
Yeah.
We got another special guest joining us tonight, Kellen Lanier. How are you, sir? Thanks for joining us.
Hey,
Really
I'm
is the
good.
dream team tonight, man. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, I heard something and ended up getting on YouTube, and I'm like, oh hey, tag me in.
Awesome. What are your thoughts this evening here about Senate Bill 3 starting going into effect tomorrow?
Man, I have a little countdown timer going. I think it's going to be a train wreck. I think that ultimately this is not going to be something that lasts, but we're going to be in the so I don't get you banned on YouTube here. We're going to be in the crap for a little bit. I think there are legitimate ways to fight back. You know, it's a weird civil rights moment, and it's showing a lot of, you know, colors. You know, where people stand on important issues that, you know, they're probably going to look back later on and be like, "Holy crap, I was probably on the wrong side of that."
Yes,
Well,
sir.
well said, definitely. Yeah, it's horrible. Totally civil rights issue. I mean, we're becoming second class citizens here in Colorado. Our rights are being subject to so much more approval by bureaucrats, by elected and non-elected. We have to pay. It's absolutely outrageous. And I don't know if you all saw this, but there was this, just real quick, want to share this with people because if people hadn't seen it, there's this article over at kimmunson.com where Douglas County Sheriff was on there, Darren Weekly, and he said the Colorado legislators offered to strike sheriffs from Senate Bill 3 if they stayed neutral on the bill, but then they were written back into the bill after voting to oppose it. The introduced bill did not mention sheriffs once, while the act Governor Jared Polis signed on April 10th, 2025 refers to them 35 times. So I mean, what an insane, absolute crazy thing here. And I think this is important for people to see and to know, because the idea is there's no reason the sheriffs need to be involved. I mean, there's no reason for this bill at all. Don't get me wrong, but it just shows what a sham this is, what a scam this is to people. Because why did they even put this in there, right? Why did they even put sheriffs in there? There was no reason to it. And the fact that they were willing to remove them if the sheriff trying to make a deal with them says there was a point in Senate Bill 3 where they said, if the sheriffs will take a neutral stance on this, we'll take the sheriffs out of the law, Weekly said. So we don't have to be burdened with having to figure this out. And Steve Reams backed that up as well over here in Weld County, saying this is 100% factual. When sheriffs When sheriffs stood up for their constituents, the state legislators behind Senate Bill 3 intentionally put sheriffs right in the middle of this ridiculous process. The legislators wanted a situation where if sheriffs refused to implement the law, we would be denying our constituents the ability to buy the most commonly purchased semi-auto rifles. So it just shows it's a scam, people. There's no actual reason for the bill at all, obviously, but there's also no reason why sheriffs are there. But it shows that, it just shows it's just a total sham. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that, Kellen?
I remember that. That was during testimony, and if I remember correctly, that was Tom Sullivan and Julie Gonzalez that kind of threw the gauntlet down with the sheriffs, and they were kind of yelling at them, right? And they were saying, well, if you don't enforce this, then, we're going to come after you because this is, you're supposed to do this. And it was pretty much a Cartman moment of, respect my authority, right? And the sheriffs, there were, I would say that there were mixed reactions to that call out. This bill has nothing to do about safety at all, and I think that's been said so many times, or I should say, this law now has nothing to do about safety. You look at the numbers; it's not going to do much.
And we also have Corey Blair, Break the Chains Media, joining us tonight. Corey, how are you, sir?
Hey, hello. I'm your late night joiner. How we doing? Just got off work selling steaks to everyone, and I'm sure you guys spoke a lot about everything I'm already going to say, but I'm going to add some more because that's what I do.
Awesome. Well, good to have you. Thanks for joining us. Hey, Kellen, before you joined, Nicholas was asking Lesley and myself, why do we think Senate Bill 3, what was the purpose behind it, right? Because we know it's not safety. We know it's not actually going to prevent crime. What is your thoughts here on why Senate Bill 3, why did they do this?
Well, as a lobbyist, I asked the other lobbyists why. So my opinion versus the facts. I'll start with the facts. When asked with every town why they would institute a bill like this, the response was, and I quote, because other states are doing it. Full stop. So that was their response to me. Why do I think that such a bill like this exists is complex. I think there's a lot of fear. There's a lot of not knowing what to do with that fear and wanting to feel like they're doing something. So they do something like this, they take their victory lap, they start to feel safe, people still die, and they go back, back to the well. So I think that, ultimately, pistols, I should say handguns, just to make the distinction there, are too tough of a nut to crack on the first try. So I think what happens is they ban these. Everybody's been talking about, as Lesley said earlier, it's less than 4% are committed with anything on this SSF list. I think what happens next is they say, oh, well, this didn't work. Maybe we should try handguns because now we know the problem. People haven't been saying this, but I feel like it is a total ban situation. This is a playbook from the 1800s through the 1900s, I should say.
Yeah.
2000.
1964.
Yeah. And beyond. Yeah.
And one of the things I want to touch on too is there's two ways handguns are probably going to be added to the list next year. The first way is there's a provision at the end of SB25-003. Lesley, you and I caught this, that allows the Attorney General, the sitting Attorney General, to add whatever weapons or take whatever weapons they want on or off the list, right? And the way that they wrote the handgun portions of any semi-automatic, gas-operated handgun that takes a detachable magazine, we've already had sheriff's departments and experts say every semi-automatic pistol that takes a detachable magazine is gas operated. And then they're like, oh, well, we mean recoil operated, but it would take just the swipe of a pen from an attorney general to change that. However, there's a chance that our one major seat that we are going to pick up this year in the election in November is going to be the attorney general. And that's coming from conservative politicians saying that our best chance at actually picking up a serious seat is defeating Jenna Griswold because she is not liked. If that happens, though, I've already heard from multiple people that work underneath the Gold Dome that Andy Bosnacker and Tom Sullivan are working on a bill to add handguns to SB25-003's list next year. So I don't know if anybody else heard that, but I just heard it the other day talking with the politicians. So they said handguns are probably going to be next.
Well, see, and
So.
I think they're gonna do what they're doing in other states, what they're doing in California, they've done it in Maryland. I can't remember the other states that have done it where they're just, they're going after the Glock, like, that's what I think they're gonna do. There's no doubt in my mind, like we're like when you look at our barrel bill that they introduced this year, and that ultimately ended up failing, but like even that was even like more extreme than California's barrel bill. And so when you start looking at that, like Colorado is becoming the leader in the gun control experiment. And so I personally think that I don't even think they're going to add anything onto this bill. I think they're just going to make the blueprint with the Glock bans.
And I think one of the biggest things that we're going to see after once we see this full in action happen on SB3 to come tomorrow, they're going to continue to incrementally chip away at the devices and at the mechanisms and at the different attachments and styles and components that make the firearm. So they're not going to necessarily ban the firearm. They'll just they'll just ban the firing pin or the trigger release or whatever different pieces and parts that they want to do. And that's what we're going to see. Oh, and then they're going to have their talking points saying, well, we're not banning the firearm. We're not taking your Second Amendment rights. We just feel that this type of mechanism or this process of the machinery of the components are too dangerous. And that's what we're going to see. And I think in echoing the attorney general piece at the end of SB3, that was the most egregious. I mean, let's be honest. Everything in SB3 was absolutely terrible, but the open-endedness of that attorney general provision saying, at a whim, if I feel, I can just do the thing. And, anything we didn't list, we're just going to make that happen. And we already had talks. Jenna Griswold's already been very vocal about working with the legislature to outright ban the assault style weapons. And, they're just going to keep chipping away at it. And that's just what they do. That's how they operate. And they're in their think tanks right now, going piece by piece. What's the next chip that we're going to erode from their Second Amendment rights?
Just
Absolutely.
real quick, screenshot here from Jenna Griswold's fundraising email. I sign up for everybody's email list because I want to see what they're saying, how they're fundraising. I think it's absolutely fascinating. So December 2025, Jenna Griswold. Colorado has made progress on gun laws to keep communities safe, but there's still more work to do, including passing an assault weapons ban. When Jenna is elected Attorney General, she will work with our legislature to get it done. That is the most frightening, most horrific thing there is, folks. If you think it can't get any worse, it definitely can't get worse.
100%. It's going to get worse. And like one of the things that really blew me away last year is after SB25-003 left the Senate and went to the state house, Representative Pam Bacon made the comment, you have a right to keep and bear arms, but you don't have a right to purchase them.
Wow. Nope. That is
And that was in a
incredible.
testimony. That is on tape. You can go back and watch it. And
Absolutely
it was like,
believable.
excuse me?
Yeah.
Excuse me? And then she said the real atrocity, she got so far left, she started going right. She said the real atrocity is that a multi-billion-dollar gun industry just doesn't give guns away for free. Then that would be the way to work around it is if they just gave you the guns for free, then you're not purchasing them. And then you don't have to worry about all these legal loopholes to jump through. It was a wild testimony.
Here's a thought. Here's a wild thought. We're just riffing here. But what if we say like a nationally recognized gun lobby or a nationally recognized gun brand had a $200 a month membership fee, and with every membership you get a free gun, the possibility of winning a free firearm. I'm just thinking around workarounds here, but that might be what we have to do. So get some creative accounting going on, right?
Corey, I want to see what your opinion is. Why do you think they passed SB 25-003? We've gotten everybody else except myself, but I want to hear what yours is.
The opinion as to why.
Why did the state legislator introduce SB 25-003 and then pass it the way that they passed it? Because originally they just did, they introduced it as a straight out assault weapons ban, but then they changed it to this crazy licensing scheme.
Well, that's
Why do you
because
think
of,
this?
I mean,
Yeah, why?
Polis stepped in initially to basically turning it into the permit to purchase, because Polis himself said he wasn't going to do the outright ban. And, you know, everyone has our opinions on Polas, but at the end of the day, I do think that he was trying to, you know, gain that, you know, quote unquote libertarian identity, which is a
Right.
joke. We all agree. But the reason, I would say the reason that they passed it was to essentially say to California, hold my beer. I mean, they're trying to build off of the groundwork that California has done. And I was trying to mention this, you know, and if I understand it right, they're not selling any fixed magazine firearms, correct? You just have to do the permit to purchase in order to get the detachable magazine. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So my whole thought was their effort is to get us into this fixed magazine arena that California is already dealing with assault platform firearms, and they don't make you know 15 round fixed magazines. They only make the 10 rounders. And let's be honest, who wants a fixed magazine anything that's a assault you know a rifle platform? But I do believe that they're trying to um, institutionally push us into this realm of you can't buy it. It's outpriced, outlet. You know, the process in which to get it is over the top. The hoops you have to jump through, so much bureaucratic red tape to cut through that the lay person just doesn't want to put in the effort to make it happen. So you have to climb this mountain of bureaucracy and paperwork to get your rights. And I think that is the biggest way that they want to do. That's why they passed it.
Interesting. Interesting. I'll throw down the gauntlets on this. I don't think Polis had anything to do with stopping a straight out assault weapons ban. Because I got a lot of viewers that are watching your show that I'm watching the chat right now. I got a lot of old school Wolverines watching your thing that were there with me for the 14 and a half mega stream, the marathon stream that I did. And they originally introduced it as assault weapons ban, and then had a recess. It came back and they're like, well, we're going to introduce this licensing scheme portion on it. Horse shit. You already had that lined up. You had to have already have had that lined up, especially when you look at the text that came out. It was already ready.
Were you saying like it's kind of a big ask?
It was, I think it was all political theater is what it was, especially because Kellen, my brother here, helped me figure out last year who actually authored SB 25-003, who was a female attorney for, what is her name? Angela Reese, or I can't remember what her name was. She's an attorney for Everytown for Gun Safety, the Michael Bloomberg anti-2A organization. And she lives where? In Chicago, Illinois, the home of the original licensing scheme. And so there's no way that she wrote this, gave it to Tom Sullivan. They introduced it as an assault weapons ban, and they're like, well, we don't want to do a straight out assault weapons ban, and then come back with the doctorate or with a packet, and they're like, well, this is how we're going to do it now. We're going to do a licensing scheme. Bull crap. You guys already knew that it was going to be a licensing scheme, and this is my personal opinion, is they're doing it for a couple reasons. One, as Lesley said, Colorado was the test bed for experimental gun control. We're also the test bed for a lot of experimental stuff. We were the first state to legalize recreational marijuana. You would have thought California would have been the first state. No, it was Colorado. We've
green energy too.
Green energy. We've been leading away the way for a lot of these weird experimental initiatives. I think Colorado is the test bed for the future of what gun control will look like in Democrat states. And I think that they knew this. I really do. And I think that that's the whole reason why they did it. Plus, also, look at Canada. I think if we get outside the United States and look at what Canada did with the registry of everybody that owned certain types of firearms, they had to put themselves onto a registry. And then several years ago, You know, they had already banned assault weapons up in Canada, but everybody registered all their guns with the state or with the nation. And then several years ago under Justin Trudeau, he said, well, hey, listen, you can't use a firearm in Canada for self-defense. You can't use it. Even if somebody's attacking you with a weapon, it's not legal to use a firearm in self-defense. So you don't need a handgun. So turn over your handguns, turn over all these guns. And guess what? We already know who has them because you're already in a database because you registered yourself. So I think that that's the big portion of this too, is one, it's an experimental gun control we're going to see in all the Democrat states. And two, it's going to get people to self-register that they own these types of firearms so that when the day comes where they say, hey, you know what? You can't own these anymore. We're going to come to your house. So either you turn them over or you're going to prison. And I think that that's what's going on here. And I think that they knew that this was going to happen from day one, even before they introduced SB25-003. Love to hear people argue against that one.
Well, it's such a great point that it's incrementalism, right? Because now you get people to say, oh, well, I signed up for the card. Oh, I registered myself. Now I got to register my guns, 2 years from now, 3 years from now. Now I got to do this and this and this. And it's like one step at a time, right? They just slowly move down. But I'd love to hear, Kellen, your perspective on this, because you're down at the Capitol. I know you're one of the only people here probably who talks to Democrat legislators. But what do you think about what Nicholas just said?
I kind of got lost in thought there for a second, but it cuts both ways, that it's so ridiculous that it could end up falling back on them. And I'm starting to see some cracks there where it's a little too extreme it's too extreme for the moderates. I do know that. It's starting to become a little too extreme for some of the non-committal progressives. But I think the complication there is all the DSA folks coming in, because now there's a beef between the progressives and the DSA over, the true Scotsman, right? And that's kind of a dividing line for some reason. It's really weird. But going back to the ridiculousness of it all, when you look at the historical playbook, and I have it up here too, because I was just incidentally, this is the stuff that I do in my free time. So I kind of broke up what I've been calling just proxy gatekeeping, when it comes to constitutional rights. And this one hits almost all of them. So financial and economic, for sure. That one is just very blatant. Administrative and procedural, which I think is going to be the biggest battleground, by the way, because of the good character licensing scheme that's inherent in this. I think that's ultimately going to be, a really, really hard sell. Cognitive and educational, because they stuck a test in there. And then physical and functional. Lesley had touched upon this on social media, actually, where she was talking about, what happens when somebody is not a good test taker, or like myself, if I don't have my freaking prosthetic eyes, and how am I going to take that? Am I going to have somebody else come along with me to take this test? And if I cannot do that, then what does that mean? So these are all battles that have been won from a civil rights perspective altogether, independently. So what they did was go Avengers Assemble and stick it all into one bill, and I find it really interesting. And I think it's the height of hubris when you talk to these people, that they say, well, we did this because we can, so Colorado is a testing ground for sure. But it could be a testing ground for how they fail to.
Well, I like that.
Ooh.
That's good. Give me some hope there. But you brought up something about the good character or good moral character, and I just can't help but think, this line here with the sheriff's review. If your sheriff doesn't like you, maybe you're somebody who shows up to city council meetings or county commissioner meetings and causes a little bit of a ruckus. Maybe you're protesting the flock cameras. Maybe you're making a name for yourself as a contrarian, a gadfly, which Colorado has so many of them. And then if the sheriff says, well, I have documented behavior indicating that they may pose a danger to themselves because because they posted something on social media. And I think this is one of the next battlegrounds, or battleground we're already fighting. We talked a lot about this last year with Senate Bill 86, but we have this idea that the state's going to be monitoring our social media more and having more access to that. So what's to prevent a sheriff from saying, hey, Brandon's applying for this card, and I think I've seen him online before saying some crazy things. Let me just look him up on Facebook. Oh, wow, he's a hardcore libertarian, anti-government guy, and he's got, a picture of a gun on his background. I don't know about this. Maybe we should just hold back and now not give him that thing, and that's where we're at, folks. I don't know. What do you guys think?
100%. It's going to be what if, all right, let's be honest. Colorado is steeped in racism. I have had this conversation with Kellen. I've had it with Michael. I've had it with a lot of other Black folk here in Colorado that have lived here for decades, and this state is steeped in racism. We had our own House Representative Woodrow. Was it Woodrow last year that used civil rights era law to justify? No, who was it?
Mabry.
That
Mabry.
was Mabry, yeah.
Mabry, yeah, it was Mabry. We literally have our own Democrat House Representative justifying SB 25-003 using Confederate law. Confederate law. This is insane. This state is so steeped in racism. And, what if somebody like Kellen, well-educated, big Black guy, goes into a sheriff's office and the sheriff's department kind of has an inclination of, we don't like Black people for whatever reason. Maybe they're just racist Coloradans, and they don't want to give it to him because of the color of his skin. And it's okay for them to be subjective on that. And they can find whatever reason to provide to say, nah, we're not going to give it to you because, hey, listen, we're just not comfortable with this. That is exactly what this is. And the other big thing is the fact that you're putting not just a physical test, but a written test in order to exercise your right, your actual right. What if somebody comes back from, serving in Afghanistan, they got half their face blown off, their eyes really don't work well, they're missing their arms, they can't do the physical portion, but know what they like to do that brings them a little bit of peace is buy some cool guns. And they don't even get to shoot them because they don't have any functioning limbs, but they want to look at them. They want to own them. That's their God-given American right to be able to do that. And saying you've got to be able to pass a test to get a little piece of paper that you got to do every 5 years to be able to exercise your right. That's not America. This is communism. Where are we? Sorry.
Well, how many lawsuits are going to be going into effect as after tomorrow, and what directions are they going to be taking? Because you can have many different ways you can approach the unconstitutional nature of this bill, whether it be through our civil rights, whether it be through subjective nature, like you just said, Nick, whether it be through the procedural process of testing and a right delayed and a right denied. And I know we have conversations, different debates on that, but there has to be different functioning legal legislative ways to go at this. And I know it's going to take time, but I mean, like, how do we fight back do we go up to the Supreme Court? I mean, assuming so.
So I think there's different ways, right? It's one of the reasons that, I kind of just keep going back to, there's different pieces of this that I go back to. Like we're going to have people attacking it from the grounds of, common use. Are these firearms in common use? Yes, we already have some precedent behind that. The other one that I go back to a lot is actually, I think we do have some ADA disability
Yes.
infringements happening here, if we want to call them infringements, but violations, I guess, would be the correct term there. But I think we definitely have some violations in there. And I actually know a few people who have, like, I know somebody who's been involved with Rally for Our Rights, actually really since we started in 2018, who's deaf. And he actually talked to me pretty extensively about, like, back when this debate was happening back in 2025, like, he brought a whole bunch of information to me, things that he was like, this is a violation, this is a violation. And we tried to kind of bring it up and be like, let's push some amendments, things like that. And that happened. Of course, Democrats voted them all down. So I think we definitely have some ADA stuff, especially when you look at the different pieces, right? Like, when you're looking at this isn't like, again, it's not like the Floyd card in Illinois. We shouldn't even ever compare it to that because it's nothing like it. This is way more egregious. I think the closest that we have, like a permit to purchase scheme quite like this, Oregon has one, but they ended up delaying theirs by 2 years. And Colorado didn't. Oregon did, and I'll tell you why Oregon managed to get theirs delayed by 2 years. And it was because they had Republicans in their state legislature that actually went to their authority entity, which would be CPW here. I'm not sure who it was there. And they kind of were like, you guys aren't ready for this. Let's come together and go to the legislature and get this delayed. And they did. They actually were successful in doing that, and they pushed that back by 2 years. But these like the permit to purchase scheme that we have in place here is very different than we have in any other state. And one of the reasons why is because when we passed this, the state was broke because of Tabor. That's why CPW is involved. Like, for anybody who doesn't know, CPW was never initially involved. CPW got pulled into it because CPW is an enterprise,
They need
which
money.
means that it's a shell game. And CBI was taken out because CBI is not an enterprise. So any income that comes in through CBI was actually subject to Tabor and Tabor refunds. And so ultimately we had to do this whole entire shell game to try to fund this. Other states didn't have that problem because they don't have Tabor. Thank goodness for Tabor here. It actually kind of hobbles some things. It turned this into like almost a Frankenstein bill, and I think I called it that last year, actually.
You did.
But yeah, I think that so we have like some different pieces that are going to come into place, and I think that one of them is the ADA. But one of the big ones, again, I go back to that idea that, like, I think that the May issue from the sheriffs is huge, and I think that name-based background check is really big too. And I kind of just look at different pieces, like, so people who are falsely flagged in name-based background checks that are banned ultimately, that they are still part of the ban because their name was a common name. Or let's look at this idea again that we have to that maybe somebody has a rap sheet that doesn't prohibit them from owning a gun. And they now have to take their rap sheet to their sheriff. Now, say it's me with the rap sheet, and say it's Kellen with that rap sheet. Identical rap sheets. Is that sheriff more likely to deny Kellen because he's a black man
And it's all based on
than
that
me because I'm a
subjective
white
nature.
woman?
Yep.
It's
Yeah.
all subjective.
All
This is-
subjective. There is
yeah.
there is no concrete definition. There's no concrete procedure in which A therefore B equals C. And the sheriffs are the real linchpin to that determining factor. I mean, I said it. I said this last year when we were in testimony, and I mean, this is no different than Nazi Germany, or during the westward expansion with the Native Americans, and then the civil rights movement. There's been time and time again throughout our history that we've seen the infringement and the encroachment of stripping the rights away from individuals that are deemed less than or subjective natured. And this is a codified legislative definition of the subjective nature of the authority of the state determining your right to protect yourself.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, and that's something where if you ever catch me on social media arguing people, where I really just dig in for no reason, because it comes from somewhere. So that whole Enlightenment racial ontology. So you can go to Kant and Hume, right? So they had a lot of stuff that people, at least in the founding fathers, they really looked to Kant and Hume for the philosophy and the moral guidance for how to structure things. Incidentally, they both considered people that were non-white to be subhuman or some other subclass. So each one used kind of their own thing. And as you look at some of the laws and everything that we're discussing, and you trace it back, you see that ideology sticking this entire time. So we wonder how any of this stuff can happen, is because it's kind of baked in. and it's always funny talking to, DSA folks that are just like, yeah, until I come to the conclusion of like, no, because they're the worst ones. They're the worst because they bring that to a whole other level, and they divorce their effect, they from what they're doing. And they're just like, I didn't do that, right? So, and we keep seeing that over and over and over of all of these legislators in Colorado making these laws, not being accountable for what they're doing, and not even caring. I've talked to, at risk of chasing squirrels here, I've talked to, I think, every single person responsible for Senate Bill 3, at least, as a primary sponsor. um, and I bring that question up of just like, well, you make so many assumptions in this bill. What do you consider to be a human that gets full rights? And they shut down just like this, because they can't reconcile those realities that, yeah, this may not be something that you like, but that doesn't mean that you can take that right away.
Well, when they can't define genders, when they can't define what a woman is, when they can't define what an infant, what a newborn baby is, like when their prime definitions of what a human is so subjective in their worldview, why couldn't they apply it to gun rights? Why couldn't they apply it to privacy rights? Why don't like this is how they incrementally move into these different avenues of tyranny because of their subjective moral worldviews. And that's one of the biggest things. And to counter that, I will say one other thing. This is actually an interesting conversation when you talk to some of these communist tanky types, these militant communists in our state, because the one thing that I think that I have had conversations with some of these individuals. They're avid gun owners as well, and for very different reasons, mind you, but they do believe in our Second Amendment rights, and for them to be so lax or wearing the blinders when it comes to the state's incremental creep in our Second Amendment. They should be equally angry, if not more angry, because this law is going to be applied to them as well. It's not just because you have a Democrat controlled state. They're still coming for their rights too. And to add to that, communists always say, Democrats get the boot too. But point being is that they're under the radar as much as us liberty loving folks as well, when it comes to our Second Amendment rights.
And what's so interesting too, Kellen, you brought up the DSA, and I can't imagine, some DSA member out there who is very inflammatory online, maybe got arrested at a protest or something like this, and all of a sudden they apply for this COID card, right? And they're like, oh, the sheriff declined them because you have you're inciting violence and you're posting crazy stuff, or you have this rap sheet from being at these protests and getting all crazy about things. And then, they can't even afford, they're like, hey, I can't afford these courses. I can't afford all these fees and this and that. And it's like, these are the people who are going to be hurt by this. And I just think that's such an interesting idea, is like, these young DSA people who are all for big government involvement and government control because they think it's going against the man. But the reality is they're going to be the first ones on the chopping block because maybe they're lower income, maybe because they don't have the time to go do all these process, and they're going to get flagged by all of this. I don't know.
Or the intellectual fortitude, right? They just don't realize that they're under the radar too. What is the step forward from this though? What is our best action forward moving into this, brave new world as they've been established?
I think that's a really good question, and I actually think about that a lot, because fighting this fight is hard, and I think we all know that. We've all been in it for different amounts of time. I've been in the 2A realm. I've been in the fight essentially, I would say, for like, gosh, 16, 17 years, pretty much, just fighting for my constitutional rights, with my like kind of laser focus on gun rights since 2018. So I'm going on what, eight years now, actually probably just surpassed 8 years. With this being my main focus of what I try to not spread myself too thin. You can only do so much. And it's hard. It's a very hard fight. It's hard to lose, right? And we lose over and over again. And that's really a difficult thing to deal with, especially when you have to get like in January, the legislature is going to start up again, and the next January again, and the next January again. And where does it begin and where does it end? And where do we fight and when do we stop? When do we start? And, there's a few things that I always remind myself and other people of when we fight this type of stuff. And one of them is that I think that, like, even if we feel like we're not winning, I think it is so important to always continue to speak up. It's always, and one thing I say about, like, people are like, oh, it's such a waste of time to testify on bills. It's such a waste of time to go to the Capitol. It's such a waste of time to do these things. And I always say this, I say it is never a waste of time to waste the time of lawmakers by telling them how bad their ideas are. You are never, I will take any opportunity I have to sit in front and stare into the eyes of the exact people who are passing these bills and tell them how bad their ideas are. Or if I do it over Zoom, because I live in northern Colorado, so I'm not near the Capitol. So when I go down there, it's, an all-day affair. So to me, it's never a way that you are never wasting your time to speak up and to do this. I understand that there are people who can't do it for whether it's work related or kid related or because mentally they can't handle it. Sometimes it really is defeating. The other thing that I think is super important too, though, is that I think that we have to also recognize that we as a community, we can step out of that realm, the realm of the people who are trying to control us. We can step outside of that and we can have community within ourselves. Like, they don't control us, right? They may pass these laws, they may do this, they may do that, but at the end of the day, these people don't control us. We control us. And that community that we can create and that we can be part of outside of what they're trying to, they want us to feel defeated. And so we can feel less defeated when we step outside of it and we remember that the world is so much bigger than that our community is so much bigger than that. And I really think that's very, very important. And I can say for myself, as somebody who has, been defeated many times in this on the 2A front and has fought like hell and faced defeat on my fights that I've had, that, like, you have to really be able to go home and you have to be able to touch grass, right? That's what they always say. Well, for me, like, my grass is actually really pretty, so I like to try to touch it. And I garden and I see my friends. I see Brandon all the time, right? I go to Brandon runs Liberty on the Rocks, Northern Colorado, and I go to that. If I don't have any other reason I can't go, I'm always there. And it's important because those are what reminds us of what really is outside in that world, and that we can create the community that we want to have. So I think that is just so, so important as we continue to watch all of this stuff continue to come down on us. And it's hard. It's hard to deal with, but gosh, I just can't emphasize just how important I think that is for our mental health, for our ability to continue to stay in the fight too.
Well, and since you mentioned Liberty on the Rocks, I do encourage everybody. There's literally a Liberty on the Rocks meetup every week in Colorado. I host the Northern chapter. We do the second and fourth Wednesday of every month. On August 12th, we're meeting at Mash Lab Brewery in Windsor, have the upper mezzanine reserved. Then on the 26th, we're going to be at Brothers Bar and Grill in Fort Collins. And it's great to get people together. The Denver Liberty on the Rocks is the first and third Wednesday of every month. I'm going to go down here on the 5th at the Independence Institute. And it's so great to be around other liberty-minded like-minded Coloradans and people, like you said, Leslie, and just know you're not alone, and to be able to talk about things like, and you're starting it here, right? When you meet somebody new, you're like starting down here sometimes. You're like, okay, what does this person think about government? Is this person on my same wavelength? You go to Liberty on the Rocks, you're already like able to start the conversation up here. Like they already
Right.
hate the government. They already are, you know what I mean? Like you're like, oh, okay, well, how much do you hate the government? Well, more than you. And you're like, no, 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 I hate it more than you. You know, you can go that way. So it's a blast for sure. But I'd love, excuse me, I'd love to hear from Kellen because three votes in the state Senate passed Senate Bill 3 in 2025. And, you know, Kellen, you're so in touch with the Democrats and the fight between the DSA and the establishment. I think this is going to be one of the huge narratives going into 2027. It's going to be crazy to see. But do you think there's a chance maybe to pull some more of the moderate Democrats towards the not, I can't say pro-gun, I can't say pro-liberty, but maybe a little bit of a bulwark against some of the more extreme policies we're going to see from these DSA far left people, because there's going to be a lot more of them this coming year. We just know that after this primary election.
Yeah, I think there's a possibility. I always feel like Doctor Strange, where he's like, there's like one. I looking at it depends on who the House Speaker is, and there's a little bit of complexity here. If it's Basenecker, I think that 2A is screwed.
Yeah.
I think it's screwed. And I think the hard part with that is that the alternative is, as Nick was saying, would probably be Bacon or Lukens. I don't know if Lukens is still in the running or not. You know, but when I have these interactions with a lot of the Dems, what you see on the floor versus what you see behind closed doors, completely different. You know, the problem is that Basenecker he's going to do as he is told. And that's always dangerous in that spot because we already know how every town operates. They will find a mentally weak person and exploit them. That's what they do. You know, it's the epitome of evil in my opinion. I think that there needs to be a moment, like Lesley was saying, for people to touch grass and calm down and think about the long game more than just like now, because it's so easy to get wrapped into now. And yeah, so it's complex. I think that peeling off some of the Dems is completely possible because those are the discussions that are being had right now. And there is the sentiment, but there's a sense of fear and there's hey, I need, I'm going to need something. To take that step that I want to take, I'm going to need something because I don't like these people, but I have to pretend like I like them. And I know what that looks like because it's just like, they're sitting here saying, I want out of Senate Bill 3. I want out of red flag. Red flag is very unpopular with some of those, with the moderates, but they can't say that in public. So there has to be that space created to let them come out of the closet and be like, you know what, this is actually kind of stupid. And we should probably come up with a better way of doing it. So yeah, it's possible, but it requires strategy and not reactiveness.
And what's the percentage of these Democrat legislatures who would be wavering or who would be trying to, like, let's say leaning, center leftish, but at the end of the day, they're going to either answer to their constituents or they're going to answer to the lobbyists who talk to them behind the doors.
Mhm.
So, they might want to waver, but yeah, like you said, Kellen, how do we incentivize that waiver and what is going to be their long term, because they're going to want to sit there, they're going to want to hold their seat.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You build firewalls. You build places for them to hide because that's what politicians do. They hide. They look for, they look for an excuse. They look for a way, to look good. So you give them that. What's the percentage? I'm a strong proponent of not snitching. So I will say that DSA is in the minority still. And so, given the right protections, a lot of stuff can flip without flipping seats. It's all about the conversations, and I feel like that's one thing that I've really worked on is having those conversations, as Brandon was saying, with the Democrats. And I'm surprised. I'm like, oh, well, now that I know you want to hit up the range, and they're like, cool, yeah, let's go. So it's it's weird to be in that space, but it just needs sometimes, the Republicans and the population to kind of get out of their own way and rebrand some stuff. Not change behavior, just rebrand. And that's all they need is just a rebrand of some stuff. You'll see I very rarely talk about Second Amendment rights. But I'm very pro 2A because they don't respond to that. I'm going there and talk about, oh, my rights this, my rights that. They don't care. They care about how it feels. So you talk about the feelings.
Well,
I got another story, but I don't want to monopolize the time.
Well,
So,
Kellen, I have a question for you.
yeah.
On this subject here. So here's a question something that I wonder, like when we're looking at this idea that we can, that there are Democrats who don't support this bill but voted for it. They really want to do something different, but they don't, right? They're so agenda driven. So
Yes.
I think about, for example, I wonder this, like kind of on the Democrat side, is is there like a mirror of what happens on the Republican side around guns, with like RMGO? So RMGO is well known for if you are a Republican and you support gun control, you are probably going to get primaried, right?
Mhm.
And so what does it do? It keeps them in line. So it keeps our Republicans in line. And so, the smaller our minority gets, the more important, in my opinion, there is zero reason any Republican should support any gun control at all. Nobody needs their vote to pass anything. So right now, they just shouldn't be doing it. But there's a question that I have, like when we have this conversation, as if like, well, if we would just do this, or that the Democrats want to be this piece. Do you think there is that same pressure, that same element coming from the left, that there is that
Oh,
I don't know who it would be, but like, hey, if you do this, you're gonna get primary.
absolutely. Absolutely. I don't think that 2A is the biggest no-no zone for them. It's going to be education and the whole, parental rights. That's where they turn into RMGO.
Mhm.
Where it's just like do this or else, but 2A is up there. I don't want to say it's just whatever, but yeah, and so there were enough votes, so it passed by 3 votes, right? I talked to at least 6 people that were like that voted yes, that said this is the dumbest bill ever, but I have to, it's not safe. And that was the thing, it's not safe. You give them safety, they can vote their conscience. You don't, then they have to take that vote so they can live the fight another day.
what does safety look like from us for Democrats in that respect? Like, yeah, a nonprofit lobby group, or like I don't understand. I understand what you're saying, but what is that safe island that they can go to?
Messaging, right? So how do you primary somebody? You come out there and you say, "Oh, this person's a meanie poo poo head, and you really shouldn't vote for them anymore." And they put a lot of money behind that, and yeah, you have also the, what do you call it, like the precinct level and everything like that, but it's all messaging at the end of the day. Unfortunately, politics and money are inseparable, so you have, at least on the Dem side, the Dem party, that's really just throwing money in that because they're usually like 3 million in by May. So where do you think that money goes? So yeah, it's a thing of money and putting the money in the right place, to counteract that. Because if you can negate the amount of money, it makes it more expensive to primary that person.
Would it behoove any gun rights groups in Colorado or even nationally to try to have these messaging conversations with Democrats? Like, because I mean, there's national gun rights activist lobby groups that have money. Because I know Colorado, at least the Republicans and conservatives, libertarians don't have much money to throw around for our own candidates, let alone trying to incentivize Democrats. So, we gotta think of a bigger picture on that front, you know?
Yeah, I mean the money. Okay, so let's take the smallest population in Colorado, and we look at the expenditure of one of the smallest just demographic populations in Colorado over a year. It's like what, like $1.6 billion in expenditures and in consumer expenses. We don't spend that. Nobody spends that just in lobbying, which was 26 million, and for 2026, and campaign, which this is a bigger year. So um, that number's still rolling, but I think that's going to be what, 50 million, 60 million. Let's just call it 100 million. So the money is there, it's the willingness. I think that's Colorado's problem.
Yeah.
If we look at discretionary spending, is that number, that figure I gave out, which was, the 1.6 billion of the smallest demographic, the brokest demographic in Colorado, far eclipses what all the political spending and discretionary. So for me, it's a matter of will. Will people do this or not? And it is hard to get people to try and save themselves. It is so hard. That's what I've been spending the whole legislative session on, even into the interim, building systems, and people are like, maybe. I'm like, okay, well, you're drowning, and they're like, I think I'm just gonna go ahead and die. And it's a crazy thing, but I think it's a matter of will.
It's a good point. Great point overall. So, what do you all think about the November election here? Do we think there's an opportunity for Republicans to pick up seats, or because the article just came out recently about how Democrats won a supermajority, and unfortunately, so many voters pay attention to national politics, right? So they're reactive to Trump, to what's going on at the national level. So they're more motivated, it seems. But there's some races that are so close, where Republican candidates could win, could pick up a couple seats. And of course, there's several seats as well that the Republicans have a very thin majority on. So I'd love to get everybody's read here. Do you think I believe the opportunity is there. It's just whether it's going to happen or not, whether it's the will from the voters, from the donors, from people who are willing to volunteer and actually get involved with campaigns. Like Kellen was talking about the will of the people. And ultimately, I think about the DSA, right? And this idea that Milot Kiros was able to beat Dana DeGette. And whether it's true or not, the statistics that the DSA threw out there about knocking over 100,000 doors, making over 500,000 phone calls, the ground game and the work of volunteers is real, and it does make a difference. So if pro-liberty Coloradans or Republicans, conservatives, whatever, libertarians, if people who believe in liberty and freedom put that kind of effort into maintaining what the Republicans currently have in the legislature and picking up a couple seats, I think it's there. It's there. But will it happen? But I'd love to hear what people think there. What do you think, Nicholas?
Oh, I have a lot to say about all of this stuff. I'll be honest with you. I think that the Democrats did a great job this year infiltrating the Republican Party and the conservative base and getting everybody to become extremely tribalistic about their preferred governor candidate. And when their preferred governor candidate didn't win, they're abandoning the GOP party and not wanting to go vote. I think the Democrats played that hand very, very well. Whether or not you like Victor Marx or you don't, he did win the GOP nomination. He picked a really weird lieutenant governor, but I'll be honest, the Democrats knew what they were doing, because a true blue wave in Colorado does not look like them picking up the governorship and the attorney general and the secretary of state and this and that. What a blue wave looks like in Colorado is just two seats only. One state house seat, one state senate seat, and they have a supermajority in both chambers, and they do not need the permission from the governor or the people to do whatever the hell they want. Any of these crazy ass ballot initiatives they've been putting forth and we've been voting against, they no longer need to do that. They don't have to spend money on it. They could just change the state constitution. So I think realistically, the Democrats did a fantastic job infiltrating the conservative base of social media, turning us against each other and not making us want to go vote in November because they know all they have to do is pick up those 2 seats and then they have full control over the state. And even if Victor Marx wins with some miracle, Hail Mary, it doesn't matter if they just pick up those 2 seats because they can override his vetoes and they can override him. So I go ahead.
I mean, give the Republicans some credit, man. They sabotaged themselves on some level here.
There were 22 Republican candidates. People are like, oh, the Republicans didn't put anybody up that was worthwhile. No, they did. There were some really strong candidates that didn't make it through assembly. But that's not that has to do with the tribalism that was developed. And yeah, I'll be honest. My advice to everybody watching this right now is you are currently in occupied territory. The chair is up against the wall. The war is currently cold. It is not hot. Do not bend the knee. Do not go put yourself on a registration. Hopefully you have all the guns that you need. If you need to buy ammunition and accessories, go out of state, drive across the border, get what you need, and prepare for when the fight actually does happen. Because I think it's not if it's going to happen, it's a when type situation. And when it does, you're going to be straight behind enemy lines. And the rest of the patriots in the surrounding states are going to be coming in to help save you, but you guys are going to have to be fighting from within, or we will. That's what the Wolverines do.
Wow. Lesley, what do you think about November? Is there an opportunity here to flip some seats for Republicans to maintain what they have, to pick up a couple more seats? What do you think?
So I think there's always opportunity. Whether or not Republicans will actually use that opportunity and do something with it is a totally different story. I think that nationwide we're going to see a Trump, a Trump rebuke basically. And I think that it's going to not be pretty nationwide. So one thing that I kind of wonder though is that Colorado may kind of be immune to that. And I wonder if it's immune to that because when you think about 2024, right, we saw the big red wave. Who was immune to it? Colorado. And the election before in 2022, there was also another little wave that kind of took place. And honestly, we've kind of reached this point where it's I feel like we're not really following that national wave. We kind of have found ourselves in this place where everyone already dislikes Trump. Okay. And from there, it's we have to just kind of focus on our own elections. I don't know if any of you guys saw this. I had a Facebook post I made the other day where I actually went through, because I'm such a nerd, that I went through and I looked at some different House and state House and state Senate races, and I broke those different districts down. And I looked at the prior elections, mainly 2024, but I did pull in some 2022 to see if our top of the ballot was actually splitting from our Republicans down ballot. And so one of the things that I found that was super interesting to me was that, say in 2024, we could look at even where I live. I live in House District 64, which is hard red Republican district. That's actually where Brandon lives as well. We live in the same House district. So hard red Republican district. But what I did was I wanted to see, so what you can do is you can actually look at, so just to be clear, your individual votes from your individual households, those are always anonymous, they're private, nobody ever knows who you voted for, how your host household voted. But what the county clerks do, or what the numbers that do come out, is actually based on precinct. So my entire precinct, I can go and I can say my precinct voted a certain, 70% of my precinct voted for Trump. and 30% voted for Harris. I can actually tell that on a precinct level. And then I can say, okay, so 70, but 80% or 85% voted for the Republican state House rep, right? And what I did, so I can look at those numbers. And so one of the things that I did was I broke down top of ticket from down ballot. And it was super surprising that, like, here's a really good example is actually HD 19, which is one of those swing districts right now. That's Dan Woog. Dan Woog won, Republican won by 119 votes. 119 votes he won in 2024 against Jillaire McMillan. I can't remember, is that her name?
Yeah, McMillan.
He's running against her again this year. So he won against her. He won by 119 votes. What's interesting, though, is that Kamala Harris actually won that district by almost 10%. Right. So it was, and it was like, I mean, it was like thousands of votes more that Dan Wu got than Harris or than Trump got. And I was like, well, is this just a Trump thing? People hate Trump, so is this a Trump thing? I went back and I compared that actual same district and I looked at it for 2022. And it was the exact same numbers. In 2022, Dan Wu won to Jennifer Parenti. And it was the same numbers. And so then Heidi Ganahl actually lost by like 9% more than what Dan Wu won by. So what this told me, and so I went through the whole, not the whole state, but I looked at a lot of different races, And one of the things that I really found was that ultimately at the top of the ticket, we know that Republicans are, people are voting either third party, they're voting for Democrats, something. They're voting for undervoting, but then down ballot, they're voting for Republicans. And so that told me that there is actually an opportunity here. And does that mean, like, people keep saying, well, Victor Marx is going to spoil the whole ballot? Victor Marx only spoils the whole ballot if the candidates who are down ballot allow Victor Marx to spoil the ballot. Right. And people already split top of the ticket. That's already a thing in Colorado. So I think based on that information that I pulled out, and if anybody wants to go to my Facebook page, Lesley Hollywood on Facebook, I have it on there. It's actually pretty interesting information. I think that's interesting. I don't think the Victor Marx thing is as big of a deal as a lot of people do. I'm kind of have this attitude. The only people who are going to absolutely destroy everything because Victor Marx is the nominee are going to be Republicans. Like, it's literally going to be Republicans that are like going to destroy Victor Marx. And it's like, you know what? Like, he's not my cup of tea. All right. I'm not going to lie. But like, at this point, he was voted in by people, not the Republican Party. The Republican Party did not vote Victor Marx in. No entity voted Victor Marx in. The people voted for him by marking their ballots and returning it. A lot of them were brand new first-time voters. So I think if we would just let Victor Marx run his campaign, if you don't like him, fine. If you like him, fine. Just let him run his campaign and do his thing. I mean, the chances of a Republican winning that seat is so slim. It doesn't even matter. But like, it's just Republicans themselves are trying to destroy him. And I'm like, why? What's your point of this? Just vote for whoever you want. And then down ballot, let's try to collectively vote Republican, right? If for any reason, not necessarily because you love Republicans, but because for the love of God, we need some balance and we need to not let that super majority happen. I do think that if we would do that, and if the candidates themselves can recognize that they can't rely on top of the ticket and they can't rely on the Republican Party and they have to run their campaigns and they have to be good candidates. These are things that I think could actually make a difference. Do we have opportunity to flip some votes or some seats? Absolutely. That Trump effect, it depends on how serious that really is in Colorado and how immune Colorado might actually be to it. So I'm not going to say I'm super optimistic, but I'm also not going to say that I think it's going to be something awful unless we make it awful. So let's not make it awful.
I do think, and I'm just going to jump in, Lesley, I agree with everything you said, but I really do think Democrats are trying to sabotage Republicans this year from getting out and voting. not just because of the 2 seats, but also because of the 3 ballot initiatives that Aaron for Parental Rights got onto the November ballot, that would be extremely detrimental to the state's progressive agenda they've been pushing on all of our parents and our children for so long. So they do not want conservatives or unaffiliateds getting out and down ballot voting and voting for those 3 ballot initiatives. And I really do think there's some really sneaky stuff going on in social media and in inner circles where people are trying to poison the well to prevent anybody from wanting to go out and vote. And all you have to do is read the blueprint, watch Rocky Mountain Voice. The way that they did that back in the day was by disenfranchising the voter base to not want to go vote. And we are just seeing from the 2004 version of the blueprint to the 2026 modern version of the blueprint to get people not to want to get out and vote because they know if we do, we're going to stop their progressive policies.
So
I'm
the
just
only thing
tossing that in
the
there.
only thing I will say to that is that you blame the Democrats. What is happening with the Republicans and all of this crazy nonsense and the fighting and just the thing that you're like, this has got to be Democrats. This isn't Republicans doing it to themselves. No, this is Republicans every single year for as long as I have been involved in politics. So, which has been like, I don't know,
Well,
16. So here's the thing is that Republicans are their own worst enemy. Is it Democrats trying, of course they're gonna latch on to it. No. But do I think that Republicans need Democrats to disenfranchise their voters? No, because Republicans will do it themselves.
Let
And
me
they've been doing it for decades in this state.
let me ask you a serious question, Lesley. Do you think that all of the Republicans up underneath the gold dome are actually Republicans or just rhinos? Or do you think that there's some that are actual Republicans, conservatives, and then there's some that are actually just rhinos or just Democrats pretending to be Republicans or even worse, part of the uniparty establishment?
Well, I mean,
Because
I think there's plenty of the uniparty establishment up there. I think we have some very good, libertarianish, I think it depends on like, what do you consider a rhino, right? Like Thomas Massey's a rhino, right? Like I'm so I don't know, like, I don't know how to answer that question because like back in the day, what a rhino was and what a rhino is today are not the same thing. I would be, if Thomas Massey's a rhino, I'm a rhino.
Mhm. I don't know. I mean, we've had, I don't know. I know Brandon's had this conversation. I've had this conversation with politicians that have said, decades ago, the Republican establishment, that was part of the uniparty behind closed doors, made deals with the Democrat establishment here in Colorado to allow the Democrats to take control over the state, turn it into what it is today. But certain Republicans would be allowed to sit back and then not be challenged when it came to elections, and they just coasted on easy street in certain seats. And then now with what we're seeing with the Democratic Socialists of America coming in and actually shaking up the Democrat Party of Colorado, they've told the Democrats, we aren't going to abide by your backroom deals anymore. We are going to start putting people into as many seats as possible. So those old deals have kind of like fallen apart, but now the Republican Party that's been on the losing end is really on the losing end because those deals have kept some of the Republicans in seats, but now we're seeing Democrats being run in seats that historically in modern history haven't been opposed by Democrats. And so I don't know. I think that we're seeing just the modern version of the Colorado blueprint. And I do think that the Republican Party is complicit in this, but I really think that the progressives of Colorado do not want to lose any forward motion they've made with their progressive policies. And they are very, very afraid of Erin's 3 parental right bills that she got on the ballot. I really think that that's a big thing and why they're trying to disenfranchise us.
Well, and okay, so really quickly, I just want to say I actually think those 3 parental rights, if Republicans could use those to drive votes, not just those 3, but actually the right to hunt and fish. So that ballot initiative, that's gonna be on the ballot. That the right to hunt and fish, they have the signatures, they're qualified. So there is going to be a question on a constitutional question. I'm not sure what it's going to be, amendment something or other, that is going to be the right to hunt and fish, to put that into the Colorado Constitution. I actually think between that and the three protected Colorado ones, I think that if Republicans were smart, which they're not, but if they were, they would use those four ballot initiatives to actually pull out voters, especially the right to hunt and fish, because one of the biggest segments of people who just don't vote are freaking hunters.
Yep.
And now we have like that's a big deal. So I just wanted to mention that too when it comes to the November that we're going to see all three of those. But yes, and I think they want to take that down. How bad will they want to take down the right to hunt and fish? That's going to be another question.
No. No.
Well, that's a good point.
Well, you can't
Yeah.
forget Proposition NN is on the ballot as well, and that's raising the Tabor limit as well, and that's something that we all should be voting no on too. That's a whole that talks specifically about education and the teachers unions getting paid more, but that's something. But I think at the end of the day, these ballot initiatives should be driving upset conservative-minded individuals to vote. But to that point, and as much as I love everything Lesley said and what Nick said, elections in Colorado are fake and DSA. Okay, okay. Let's just be honest. Let's. It is what it is, and we have to just address that elephant in the room. So as much as we want to understand that the numbers and we need to overwhelm the system, this broken system that has been established and entrenched and operated by gold standard Griswold and the mail-in ballot process and all of the things and all of the issues that have gotten us here. It's institutionalized, it's structural, it's procedural, right? With that being said, do we have an opportunity this November? I think it all comes back to the conversation being community focused, grassroots, agenda driven, boots on the ground. Find your legislatures, find the people running in your districts, whether, we're talking House seats, we're talking Senate seats. Get involved, volunteer, drop $20 a month. That money goes so far for local grassroots campaigns. You wouldn't believe it. I'm working with 3 right now. And, we are like, I love my house district, but I'm working with 60 and 70-year-olds. I'm the youngest guy in the group, and we've got door knockers and we've got volunteers, and everyone's putting in their time, right? So if you can't put in financial donations, you got to convert that financial donation to sweat equity. So what does that sweat equity mean? Door knocking, conversation starting, meet and greets. Getting these conversations going with your neighbors and with your community and saying, hey, are you tired of the Colorado that you've been living in for the last decade? Are you sick and tired of seeing all this legislation, whether you're keen on it and you understand what's happening in the Gold Dome or not? Let these neighbors know, your friends and your coworkers know that this is happening, whether you're the ostrich in the sand or not. It's gonna keep happening. Mm-hmm. So the least you could do is get your friends and family and coworkers active in your local campaigns. And in my house district, we got a 7-point swing. We got 7 points to make up. That's 6,500 votes. That really isn't a lot as long as you talk about the right issues, water rights, infrastructure. Calling out bad legislation that the current incumbent has put forward. Like, these are really easy talking points that you can actually convince people that are reluctant voters or disenfranchised voters because of the fake and DSA election process in Colorado. You have to let them know, hey, I know things are tough right now. I know we're all frustrated, but they can't take away the numbers when we show up, when we get active, when we are showing our presence at the ballot box. Use their system against them. And I know that, I likened this in my speech when I did at Liberty on the Rocks last year. But if anyone's a Marvel fan, I don't know, you can't tell I'm a Marvel fan. But in Captain America Civil War, Ant-Man, okay? Ant-Man took down Iron Man's suit by shrinking down and getting into the machine, getting into the systems, and starts ripping apart his wires and his diodes and all the electric components inside Iron Man's machine, right? And that's how you do it. You get inside the machine and you break it. So we got to show up, we got to be active, and it starts with the conversation with your neighbors. And I think we have an opportunity, and some of these seats might be for what it's worth, these races that the Democrats might not have been looking at. They might not be able to throw money at if you get the right momentum behind these conservative Republican tickets. And that might be the chink in the Democrat armor is getting behind seats that they might not be worried about losing.
Well said, Corey. Well said. And if the DSA can do it, we can do it too.
Yep.
I'm going to do everything possible to help Rod Woodward win up here in Senate District 15 in Loveland to get Janice Marshman out there. She is the worst. She voted for Senate Bill 3. That is a flippable seat. Rod Woodward lost. He was the incumbent 4 years ago in 2022. He barely lost. It was like 1,300 votes or something crazy, very small amount. I'm going to go out and door knock. It's not my district. I don't live in Loveland. I'm going to go out there every weekend I can, especially as we get closer, do everything possible. But I want to put the work in, and I think there's an opportunity here, but it's going to be up to us, each and every one of us as individuals, to do it. It's not going to be Trump coming in to save us. It's not the SAVE Act. It's not going to be anybody except us in our own communities making our own decisions to get involved, to be leaders, to show up, and to do it. We can all do it. We can all talk to our neighbors. There's nothing to stop anybody from going and knocking on every door in your neighborhood. You can even get the voter file. You can get as sophisticated as you want, and I'll help you with it if you want. Please let me know. Go find every registered libertarian, every registered Republican, every registered unaffiliated, even every registered Democrat. You can knock on somebody's door, know how they're registered, and know how to talk to them and have that conversation and talk about affordability, talk about the cost of living, talk about the cost of housing, all the issues. Why aren't there any good paying jobs? Where are they going? What's happening to the big employers in our state? What's happening to these oil and gas jobs up here in Weld County where I live? And we can do that, but it's each and every one of us. And if we all did everything we could, say you only flip 100 votes, but there's 10 people who do it. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my gosh, now we're making a huge difference. So there's 20 people, or there's 30 people. And if we all think of it that way and get people to show up, because there's a lot of Republicans out there, unaffiliated, who are maybe more Republican leaning, who just given up and they don't vote. But ultimately we can do it. And it's like, I think we can, if we realized how powerful each and every single one of us is, there'd be no reason to despair about any of this. You know what I mean? And don't get me wrong, it's discouraging. It's very easy to get discouraged. I'm very discouraged, especially after the primary. But at the same time, the opportunity is there. We can put in the work, we can do it, and we can make it happen. But we got to try. We got to try at the very least. If this is your home, I'm born and raised here. I'm a third generation Coloradan. I'm going to fight here. I'm going to die here. I'm going to do everything possible to make this as free of a state, to make it a free state Colorado as I can, And whether I fail or succeed, it is what it is. But at least I gave it my all,
Can I give you a little bit of hope? Do you know what actually is turning out to be one of the most contested seats this year? Tom Sullivan.
Great. Love it.
Have you heard about this?
I have not heard any updates. What do you got?
So, Everytown for Gun Safety bankrolled him in his last campaign. They didn't technically bankroll him because that would have been too much money. They put $1 million to get him elected, but they did it through doing broadcasts of disparaging advertisements for his opponent, so people wouldn't want to vote for his opponent. It's the Colorado blueprint all over again. Everytown for Gun Safety pledged money or they gave a donation to Tom Sullivan's campaign last month, but it was only $6,000. However, word on the street coming from, who is it, Chance Whaley, if you know him, who has Moles and Moms Demand Action. They said that we've got to ensure Tom Sullivan gets reelected because, whether or not Jenna Griswold is in fear of Trump, I don't think she is. I don't think she's afraid that Trump's going to be able to do anything. A lot of the liberal organizations that utilize our politicians are afraid that something potentially could happen that would prevent them from being able to have their preferred politicians elected. And supposedly Mothers Demand Actions has said they will give up to $3 million to ensure that Tom Sullivan gets elected. Now, on the surface, that's a really bad knee-jerk reaction where you're like, oh, shit, this isn't good, right? But when you look at it from a political standpoint, that means they're actually concerned that Tom Sullivan might not win this year. So
Let's go.
I know. Yes. Yes. And so we've got a decent candidate. We'll see how it goes with Danielle Lamon that's running against Tom Sullivan in Senate District 27. Hopefully she can do something serious here. But his seat is considered to be pretty heavily contested, and there's a stronger chance this year that he might actually lose re-election than in the previous couple of times that he's run.
Oh, that's
So that
great.
is- yeah.
Danielle's a wonderful candidate. She is awesome. She's so in touch with her community. She knows the district really well. And
Mhm.
Sullivan has gone off the rails. I mean, the Senate Bill 4 hearing this year, he talked about how he's mentally ill. He talked about how he shouldn't have a gun. I mean, the stuff he was saying in the committee hearing, I was like, this is crazy. Like, this is like, who would say this stuff? You know what I mean? And then when he went after Catholics, he chastised the Catholic lobbyists there. It was crazy. I mean, he's like, I'm ashamed to be I'm a Catholic, my family's Catholic. I'm ashamed of that because of you, because you're testifying on this bill for it was like a pro-life bill it was parental rights bill, and it wasn't even pro-life. It wasn't even about abortion or anything. It was like a parental rights, and he was like, and he went off. And so it's like he's his own worst enemy. There's an opportunity, and that's great. And you got to think too, folks. Every dollar that they spend to support Tom Sullivan is one less dollar they can spend anywhere else.
Exactly.
So
yeah.
we are the tip
Splitting
of the
their money,
spear.
yeah.
We are the tip of the spear here in Colorado, and even if we lose, we're going to go down fighting. We're going to make them spend every penny they got to fight us, and maybe that's less money they're going to spend in some other state. So you can thank us later.
Grave Dancer Sullivan ended up he gave me the nickname the gun. I'm a gun acolyte. I'm officially the gun acolyte because I chased him down in one of his cigar testimonies. He was pissed off at me during his cigar legislation. But Kellen, what do you think about the November election?
I'm kind of with Lesley on this, that Republicans are their own worst enemy. And from talking to a lot of Democrats, I don't get the infiltration vibes. I just get laughs, right? And they're just like, well, why would we spend money? Because they're just going to self-destruct. Like, why would we spend time? Why would we spend money? And it's kind of right. Every single corner that I've seen there, it's, if any of you have seen the Boondocks, right? It's like you throw a chair and then they just start fighting, right? And so why would they spend a lot of money when it's so easy? You can send a kid in to be like, Christmas tree, and then they just start going at it. And I think that translates into the November elections. Where I am politically, I just struggle to see the path forward for Republicans in their current format. I do think that there's a way for Republicans to gain back some credibility because they're just kind of like the laughing stock right now of Colorado. Just like, what are they doing? I don't know why people would ever think that I'm like some speaker for Republicans, but I get that a lot because I do talk to the Democrats and they're like, what are they doing over there? And I'm like, I don't know. Fighting probably. And I look at a few different races that could have won a different way if it weren't for the fighting. One race that I am very hopeful for, because it's two newbies, is House District 32. I feel like if any of you have looked at Michelle Lee, everything that everybody has talked about, she does. She connects with her community. She just gets on Facebook randomly. I'm not even in her district, and I get her stuff. I don't know why. About educating people on just what government is. She's not doing the whole the firebrand stuff, but she's just constantly out there. Every single time I see, it's like her talking to a constituent in just like random places. But she's extremely Republican. And so, and I look at other places, I'm like, who else is doing that? And why is her marketing reaching me? One, I'm like 2 districts removed, geographically. So I look at races like that. I'm like, I wonder if there could be some more seats flipped if they did like her, because she refuses to get into the fighting. She's just like, hey, I'm here to educate people. I'm here to do this. I'm just gonna do this. So I hope that she wins. I haven't really done a lot of math on her district. Was that Leslie? Is that Manny Rutnell's old district? 32
I can look at it. I'm
Yeah.
not sure if that's,
is
is that what you, is that root
I
analysis?
I gotta I got it on my whiteboard here is when I've been tracking. So yeah, this Van Dyke guy's brand new, Manny Rutnell's district, 2,740 votes in 2022.
Really?
yeah.
Manny Rutnell's never won an election. I hope people know. This primary election is the first election he's ever won. He was appointed through a vacancy committee
Okay.
previously, and then he ran unopposed in 2024. But 2022, this district was only 2,740 votes. So it's two new people. It's totally winnable. There's a huge
Yeah.
opportunity. Senate District 21 overlaps a lot, which is that Fred Alfred Jr., who I interviewed recently. He's a great candidate aside from his recent law enforcement troubles, but he's a great candidate otherwise against Adrian Benvenidez. He almost beat Daphne Michelson Janae. I mean, just in last year, in 24 at least. He almost
Well,
beat her. So
and that's like
that whole area.
that's like what Corey just brought up was the fact, was that, I think you just said that, Corey, right? Like finding these races that like maybe are winnable, but we don't realize it, right?
Yep.
So that was one of them. In 2024, it was like all of a sudden, like it was nuts because nobody put so as like I ran an IEC in 2024, and looking at all the races that everybody put money in and stuff, it was like this one race, and it was that state, and it was like it was barely. And Daphne wasn't even a bad candidate necessarily. She is not really, she was never, she was kind of well liked. She wasn't extreme. She wasn't anything crazy. And literally she almost lost without any money being put in on either side. And so those are like, and it'd be interesting, like it was kind of fascinating to me, like why? Like what shifted there? So that would be, and there's a question I have too about that district. Did it shift right? So that's probably one that breakdown that I was talking about that I did. I should actually do that probably for that one too. And I'll do it for the one that you're talking about as well. You said that was 32, Kellen?
Yep. 32.
Okay, I'll break those down because I think, I mean, I looked at like one of the ones that was super interesting was SD13, which was Scott Bright, which was previously much more blue, and now it's much more, it's actually moving red. So there's some districts that are moving red, and I think it would probably be beneficial for the Republican Party that doesn't exist or do anything in the state. But if I was the Republican Party, I would be figuring out which districts are moving to the right, and I would be focusing on those. So that might be, kind of a good place to look. So
I just got to say, Craig Steiner, I'm very excited. When he won the GOP chair, I got really excited. I met him, gosh, I used to do stuff for the Republicans back in 2014 or 16 maybe. I guess this would have been 16 or 18, 16, 17, 18. I was working on as a consultant for Republican campaigns, and we used Craig Steiner's. He built this he's a total computer programmer guy, and he built this entire program, like a website you can go log into, and it had all the voting data, and you can go door knock, and it was super simple, super easy to use. And I mean, that was a long time ago, and we were one of the first people to use it back then. So he's a data guy, and it's all about data, and it's all about looking at this kind of stuff and voter turnout and like looking at the numbers and this and that. So it makes me really excited that Craig
and
Steiner is
that's
the
what
new
the
GOP chair.
Republican
Well,
Party should be doing.
Just on that note, and that's great that there's some back history to Steiner, but from the several interactions that I've had with Steiner, his conversations have been very like milk toast, but explicitly, and I'm going to paraphrase it, but one of the speaking engagement that he was at, he basically, and I asked him directly, I said, with you as the new GOP chair, can we expect any GOP endorsements on a state level for any of these House races? And he basically said, the state GOP's got a lot of issues right now, and we have a lot of legal, financial woes that we're dealing with, $500,000 in debt. And the fees from past GOP chair drama for the going back a decade. So he basically said, you're on your own, state reps and state senators. You gotta fund your own races. You gotta fund your own money, and to some extent, I understand why. There should be zero expectation from a state party to bankroll and fund. However, um, there should be some structural and mechanism behind these races that could be winning, whether it be flyering, whether it be emailing. I understand money is intimately tied with races and winning. However, it was very reality check when the GOP chair said, good luck. You're on your own. Fund your own way. And on that note, Craig Steiner also allegedly has brought in some of his own financial woes into this GOP party as well. I can neither confirm nor deny, but I have heard whisperings in the GOP community that is also an issue. So, yeah, we can't be leaning on state party for anything. Like I said, it comes back to the grassroots. It comes back to those community conversations, $20 donations. Dude, $20 is a burger at a fast food joint anymore. So if you can't afford that for your state or house rep or Senate races, please just don't complain to me when we have a blowout in November. But we can do it if you get active and you participate. And volunteering doesn't necessarily mean door knocking. It means just making phone calls or networking with your House districts. It's very easy to network with House district. I'm in House District 24. Christopher Johnson, great candidate, and I encourage anyone in the Arvada area, in the Arvada city there, check his stuff out, because I mean we can win it. Like I said, 7 points, not a lot. Lisa Foray, our current incumbent, literally begged him to not run. She said she literally said the GOP said that they weren't running anyone, and Christopher Johnson said, "Well, I'm not running. I wasn't working with the GOP, and I'm going to run." So yes, Christopher Johnson's a GOP candidate, but like I said, like that is taking to the note of Nicholas talking about the reluctant second place that the GOP has positioned themselves in for so long, and these backdoor handshakes and belly rubs that the Democrats and the Republicans have been doing for so long. And they say, "Oh, you're a safe seat. Oh, don't worry about anyone contesting your seat this election." Well, that's all going away. If the DSA is going to do it to the left, we can easily do it to the moderate left and the DSA on our own terms. The DSA is going to be pulling the radical leftist votes from them. So why can't we come in and bring some moderate, disaffected independents in Colorado if 52% of our voter base is that majority, right? That is really where it comes from.
Yeah, I think to your last point there, it's totally doable. It's again, it just there needs to be some sort of direction, right?
Yes.
I think that those younger, and I think it is a lot of younger, disaffected, moderate Dems are just like, this is stupid, but they're like, well, I'm not going to go over there because what are they doing that can't be done over here? So they just sit there. I really, really think that the way out of this weird dystopian whatever we're in with Colorado is to reform the Republican Party. To say that of the Democrat Party is just not going to happen. I feel like if the Republicans just sat down, stopped punching each other for no reason, and just looked at what was going on, and just put those brain cells together, that they could say, hey, we need to rebrand for Colorado because Colorado is weird. It's just the social dynamics is weird. I feel like that would be the way, because you would get, of that 49%, you would get a huge chunk, because there's a reason that they've just been sitting there and they won't go to the Democrats. The only reason that I even became a Democrat was for strategic purposes. Right? I just look at them and I'm like, y'all are crazy. But this is what I got to do. All right, let's just jump on this little crazy train really quick so we can actually get some stuff done. But not everybody's going to do that. But I feel like as hollow as the Republican Party is right now, it would be so much easier to fill that with something that worked for Colorado that brings reason back, where people can just like actually have a cogent conversation without it turning into some weird purity test. I don't know what that takes though, at risk of sounding like Malak Kuros. I went to a debate. Sorry, sidetrack here, but yeah, she was talking really good game, and then someone said, "What are you gonna do? Like, how are you gonna do this?" And she's like, "I have no idea." you know, but yeah, I have so many hopes and dreams, and I don't know.
No, well said, Kellen. Well said. I would say the only thing I would say is that we don't necessarily need the Republican Party because I don't think the Democrats need the Democrat Party anymore. Because, under this whole model, they're using 501c4s, 501c3s, PACs, IECs, whatever. They're using external organizations to promote their candidates, right? I mean, this is the whole blueprint model, is that you build up single issue advocacy groups based around that one issue. And you're like, this is our pro-immigration candidate. This is our pro-abortion candidate. This is our pro-gun safety, whatever. They have all their different little wheelhouses, and you just focus on that one issue. You target voters that agree with that issue, and you focus on that, and you micro target basically. So I feel like there's a capability there. And don't get me wrong, I'd love to see a functional GOP that is common sense, grounded in reality, and understands the business and economic issues that we're facing. I think there's an incredible opportunity for something like that to happen. But I would say that strategically, from a campaign perspective, there's also a capability to have these single issue advocacy groups, to have all these other entities out there doing what they can, right, to send their own mailers, to build their own volunteer bases and things like that. So I think that's an issue. It's just that I don't know if there's just a lack of political will, and Kellen, you kept bringing up political will earlier, and that's stuck in my head because I feel like that is the key issue. There's a lack of political will. And I interviewed Caldera, Jeff Hunt, and Heidi Ganal all in 1 week. And I asked all three of them the exact same question. I said, what's it going to take to turn Colorado around? And Caldera talked about the idea of building this long-term infrastructure and how Republican donors, the Republican donor class, and the power brokers on the conservative side in politics in Colorado have a very short-term mindset, right? Like they're only focusing on this election cycle and this, where the Democrats, and this is what they've done, is they've built structure that's lasting for generations. So they have all these groups that recruit candidates, and then they get them in city count. They get them elected at city council level,
Yep.
and then they have those people ready for a vacancy appointment. You know what I mean? And it's a plug and play. It's like, oh, here's a new candidate. We already have. It's grooming, sure. We already have consultants ready who are going to build your website, who are going to be campaign consultants for you. We already have a donor base. We already have volunteers. We already have you plugged in. We just need the person. So they have this long-term structure that's built already where they have this organization, and we just don't see that on the Republican side. And I'm very curious as to why people don't think we have that.
So if you want to know why I don't think we have that, I think it's because people who identify right of center, so I tend to not call them Republicans, I call them right of center voters, or right of center individuals. I think that people who identify right of center really just want to be left alone, and they want to leave people alone, right? And so I think this is the biggest struggle that we have on the right, is that, like, I don't want to run for office, right? Like, I don't want to be mayor. I don't even want to be on the town council. I don't want to be on school board. You know what I want to do? I want to garden. Like, and I want to go hang out with my friends, and like I want to do normal things and watch my kid play softball and have this normal life where I'm left alone and I leave people alone. The problem is those people on the left don't want to do that. They want to control everyone, and they want to control everything. And so they organize this great organization so that they can teach people how to win so that they can control others. And ultimately, at the end of the day, that is the biggest struggle, is convincing people right of center who are good people like me, good people like you guys, to say, give up that life and go do this instead. And then when they run for office, they're destroyed by Republicans, like we saw this past primary. I mean, like, how can I ever, after this past primary, where I watched like my own good friends be destroyed by Republican IECs, by CSSA, the things that we saw happen, how do you ever be like, hey, you know what you should do? You should go run for office. So your entire reputation can be destroyed because you have morals and values and ethics. Like, I don't even know, but I think that that's why we don't have the same model on the right, because we literally, our goal in life is to leave people alone. Well, I shouldn't say all of us, because you definitely have kind of your authoritarian right. You know, we have that whole segment as well. Do I think that happens as much as in state and local politics? Not quite as much. Federally, it's insane. Um, but yeah, so I don't know. That's honestly, in my opinion, a huge issue.
Great points, great points. I want to share this because Nicholas, you sent this over. I saw you sharing it here, but this is the is this from Facebook? It looks like here.
Yeah.
We're proud to endorse these gun safety. Of course, it's all about safety. Candidates who have proven they will stop at nothing to save lives and build this. If it just saves one life, if it just saves one life, folks, you know, save lives, build a safer, stronger state. Oh, we're going to be a stronger state. Now that's the truest line in there. A stronger state government is when the citizens are disarmed, right?
Yeah.
Stronger government, stronger state. We don't deserve that. No, nobody deserves to be inflicted with a stronger state. Come on, folks. Jennifer Bacon, Lindsey Gilchrist, Kyle Brown, Stephanie Vigil. Seeing Stephanie Vigil's name makes me want to vomit. Chad Clifford. Andrew Bosnecker, Katie Wallace. Andrew William Lindstedt, Tom Sullivan. Just hearing those names and visualizing them in my head, it makes me physically ill. But
well, you do realize we're in August, so we have August, September, October, November, December. So we are 5 months away till January. So
it is not August 1st yet.
almost. It's August 1st.
57
We
minutes.
have 57 minutes.
Yeah.
57 minutes of freedom.
57 minutes
Still-
of freedom.
still
Cheers,
July,
everybody.
still July.
Yeah. Cheers to that one, guys.
drink here. But no, this has been awesome, you guys. This has been so much fun. Didn't plan for it to go on this long, but it's been a blast. I really appreciate all y'all. Everybody who's joined the stream, you guys are great. We got to do this again soon.
Hey,
Of course, everybody in the chat, this has been fun. Yeah, go for it.
just poison the Democrats. Well, they're poisoning us with, hey, Victor Marx is going to kill the down ballot. We need to start poisoning their well. You
How?
guys will.
How do we poison their well?
Melek Kiros. She's a communist. She's anti-Jew, and
She wants to abolish prisons and police.
yeah, and get rid of ICE, allow non-citizens to vote, and also give reparations to all of the nations that have been affected by the Western civilization, and allow those people to vote in our elections and receive.
We've all seen the DSA platform, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the DSA platform alone, anybody that's on the left or identifies as Democrat that still has two brain cells to rub together, and you list out the DSA's platform, it is absolutely insane, and there's no reason why anyone should allow that. And to the point of how the Republicans, conservatives, don't have the machine that the Democrats do. Yeah, it's the blueprint. But the bigger thing is that most of these Republicans, most of these conservative-minded individuals, they are like they believe that the government will be operating in their own capacity, so that we don't need to get involved, and it's just gonna keep operating. And half of them are either too busy working or trying to be entrepreneurs to participate in the political process. So then you get these then the majority of the people that are active in politics are the gimme gimme demanding communists who want everything for free, for nothing, for no effort. So then all these people are going to be going to the extreme degree, and the conservative leaning individuals just want to be, like you said, Leslie, left alone. But we are beyond that conversation. That ship has sailed, because guess what? We aren't being left alone. They are coming, and the doors are being knocked, right? The wolves are at the door, right? They are ready and they are willing, and next session they will be taking this a step further. And the handguns are a hard nut to crack, but not very difficult when they get the right wording in the legislation, right? It's all about that legal linguistics, right?
Well, I'm also talking about all the wealthy liberals that live in and around Denver or up in the mountain towns and stuff like that. If you look at Jared Polis, he is shitting bricks right now. That dude went on Newsmax a week
Yeah,
and a
that's
half ago.
crazy.
One of the most far alt-right news sources out there that makes Fox News look somewhat moderate, Newsmax. And he's out there saying, please, for the love of God, Democrats in Colorado, don't go socialist. Why? Because he's realized the monster that he helped create
Yep.
is about to be set loose, and they're going to devour him first because he's worth $400 million. And that's the thing. There's a lot of wealthy, affluent liberals here in Colorado. We could really poison the well because of people like Malak Kiros and all the other DSA candidates. Let's do to them what they do to us. That's all I'm saying.
I'm game.
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's take
definitely.
him down, you guys. The 5 of us. We got it.
With your power combined, we are.
Captain!
Just a
Plan
little bit
it.
of beer.
Captain Colorado.
Captain
Gotta-
Colorado, let's go.
Let's go,
We got-
Captain Colorado.
We got to do what we can, though.
Owen's like, I don't drink.
I just don't have a drink right now. I didn't know that was a thing.
It's Friday
Apparently
night.
it's a thing.
Yeah.
We got to shape the conversation has to be about what's happening here in Colorado, right? There's that poll, the Pulse poll, who just came out this last. I just put a video out on it yesterday about this new Pulse poll they do every year, and they're talking about affordability. It's 76% of Coloradans don't believe they're going to be able to afford to live here in the future, or are worried about it. They're worried about being able to afford to live in Colorado in the future. 76% of Coloradans. I mean, this cuts across political lines. You know what I mean? So trying to connect individuals to voters to this idea of, it's the current legislators, it's the Democrats who've been in control of our state government. They have been making Colorado unaffordable, and it's getting that message to them because so many of them are so caught up in national politics, and they think, oh, it's Trump's fault. It's Trump's fault. And don't get me wrong, Trump screwed up on some things. I think the tariffs and some of these other things, whatever. The war, but at the same time, we have to, if whatever we can do or whatever I can do, that's my goal, is to try and really say, hey, listen, we have specific bills we can point to that's real. There's specific policies that are passed by our Democrat majority state government that have made your life more expensive, have made it harder for you to find a good paying job, harder for you to find a home, harder for you to build a life for you and your family. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, we all want the same things, a good life for ourselves and our families. And trying to connect the average Coloradan voter to this idea that it's the Democrat legislators' fault that you're having a harder time doing that than you did before.
So what worries me about that is that's like we've done that. They've been doing that for years. Like in 2022, I think was the year when we lost more seats, right? 2018 was the worst, and then 2020, and then 2022 was like that was the year, right? It was post-COVID. It was the year that should have been the red wave, and there was no red wave in Colorado. There was a blue wave, actually. And that was the year that Republicans really latched onto this thing that everything bad that is happening, everything bad in your life is the fault of Democrats. And one of the things that I think in 2024, it was less. And we actually won some seats back in 2024. So I have a fear that that is the correct, should we, I guess it's like, when I say we Republican candidates actually be out there just being like, my opponent, these Democrats, these are the reason things are bad? Or should they be talking about how they can make things better? Because here's something that I noticed. I'm going to give you an example. This actually really bothered me. So there was this US News puts out every year they put out the top schools, right? And this year, Colorado was number one. Colorado, apparently, based on their criteria that they use in their algorithm to figure out the best schools in the nation, is Colorado's. And so, what do Democrats do? They're like, Polis was, he's creative anyway. So he's got this whole creative thing about it's because of this I did and that I did and blah, blah. Democrats are like, rah, rah. You know what Republicans did? Republicans were like, it's a lie. It's a lie. Our kids are stupid. They can't read, they can't write, they can't do math, and all of this shit. And I'm like, really? Like, I'm sorry, but like my kids are brilliant. Like, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna say, like, like am I saying that Colorado has the number one schools, like that we don't have like work to do? But like to see Republicans just come out there and take this information and turn it around and be like, no, our kids are fucking stupid. Why would anyone vote for them?
That's a not good talking point.
I like the
Messaging.
number of times I saw that. I was just like
That's what I keep saying.
like, I mean, it's like, what is wrong with them? Like, I'm not saying that, first of all, they could not mention it at all. Like, to start.
Exactly.
Let's just say you don't have anything nice to say. Don't say anything at all. Someone should tell the fucking Republicans that, especially when it's about kids.
We could be like the messaging workshop. We could be like the messaging coalition to just say, hey, maybe you should take a beat on that. Let's tone it down. Let's reword it. Let's workshop what you're trying to say about the Democrats. Because yes, it's wrong, but is that what you want to say? No, you should say something else.
Well,
Or
see, Corey,
figure out, or you know what Republicans could do? They could be like, here's a bill we passed, and they obviously helped.
Compare and contrast, yes.
Yes, they could figure out. I mean, I can tell you what, I'm an expert at everything because I choose to be, right? So they could just figure out how they can be like, we're experts at education. We passed this bill, and ever since now, look, Colorado's number one in education. And they could like figure out, I mean, come on, just fucking lie.
Yeah.
Oh God. Anyway.
I feel like that's the problem of like not being strategic. And even when you are, because there's this, what did I call it? It's like this just like anti-intelligence sentiment, right? Of if you do something smart, it's like idiocracy, right? They're just like, Corey, if you went and told somebody, well, work on your messaging, then they're gonna be like, look at this guy.
Right. You don't know anything. What do you know?
He probably went through public education in Colorado.
And
you sound like a liberal.
Yes.
Yeah. But I feel like that's what needs to change is the intense focus on identity over policy, where it's just like you want the same thing, but no, I'm not going to value things exactly the same, every step of the way, but we have the same end.
Right.
We have the same goal, but that's something that currently I don't see in the Republican Party that they're capable of, and so we get what I keep calling the meathead effect of just smash everything over the head until something fits, and this, as Lesley was saying, that's the result.
Do any of you know, maybe, and like, don't answer this out loud, but this is just tossing about out there because I know some of you are involved with like politics and know some pretty high level officials, but maybe some of y'all know Jared Polis and can convince him in private to actually bankroll some of these Republican candidates against the DSA candidates, because there's a laundry list of them here. And maybe we could pick up some seats there because he's got the money.
That's a great idea.
And you could be like, hey, bro, listen, if you and Marlon want to stay in Colorado and play with your Wolves, you've got $400 million in the bank right now.
100 million, nothing to him.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
And some of these house races, you only need $30,000.
Yeah, that's it. And all we got to do is just get rid of the DSA candidates. Andy Bosnecker, gone. Lorena Garcia, gone.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Wilson, Zamara, or what was her not?
Yara Zokai.
Yara Zokai, gone.
Bye-bye.
I mean, I would not be shocked if Polis is part of the funders behind One Main Street, Colorado, or the Colorado Affordability Project, or some of these others. Him and Kent Theory working behind the scenes. I would not be shocked. They got rocked this year, though. They lost
Yeah.
big time, man.
Yeah.
The Democratic Socialist candidates won like crazy, wild. So just to pull it back to Senate Bill 3, though, because Nicholas, you brought this up earlier, should people get their card? Should people apply for an eligibility card, or should everybody just not do it? What do you think?
The short answer, don't do it right now. Wait until we can find out if the Department of Justice Civil Rights is bringing a lawsuit against the state. And actually, we want the Civil Rights Department through the Department of Justice to be the one that brings the action. And we do not want a preliminary injunction, because the way that CSSA ran the preliminary injunction down in New Mexico, which overturned the 6-day waiting period, guess who only benefited from that? Only the plaintiffs in the case, not the whole state of New Mexico.
Yes.
And the shitty part about it is it's now sitting in the lap of a Biden-appointed judge who is refusing to hear the case, because if he does, he's going to have to rule that everybody in New Mexico doesn't have to wait the 6 days. So we want the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice to come in. We have plenty of complaints out there. That's what we're waiting for. Hold off as long as you can. It's going to suck for the FFLs. I hate to say it to them, but they're sitting on a surplus of money right now. Let's ride it out for a little bit and see if we can actually get some action. But I would say don't just bend the knee immediately and then put yourself on the list. And then a month later, 2 months later, the Department of Justice is like, hey, no, this isn't going to fly, but you've already put yourself on the list. Colorado now knows that you own these types of guns, and they will forever know it. That's me.
Yeah. I'd say same thing. Don't do it. When I look at this, I hear Star Wars, it's a trap. But I think that this is, I said this in the beginning, I think this is a defining moment for how modern resistance looks. So they're betting that they will recoup costs. They're betting that, what was the number? That there will be like $500,000 in not revenue. It was some number. I really think that the people of Colorado should stand up in a way that, hey, I know that the 2A community can do that, because that's what we've been doing to get this far. Just do nothing. Don't get the card. Like
they're good at doing nothing.
Just don't do it. There are so many other alternatives. There are alternatives. Working with CFFLA. CFFLA has an awesome alternative. There are other ways to go about doing this, but don't just be the guy that's like, well, I want to comply with the law. I don't want to. There are carve-outs in that law. If you want to be a square, look at the law. There are carve-outs. Use the carve-outs. Don't get the card. Use the carve-outs in the same law.
Yeah, and that brings up two other points that I forgot to mention. One, everything that you own is currently legal. You do not have to have a license to own anything that you currently own. Two, the other big thing is it is not getting rid of the grandfathered standard capacity magazines. I keep seeing that going around. The only thing it did with standard capacity magazines is make it a class 1 misdemeanor now for people to sell them in the gun stores. That's all it did. So grandfather mags are still good. And then anything that you already own is 100% A-okay. So do not think or be lied to that you have to get the license to have either one of those.
100% agree. And the magazine thing is driving me nuts too. I actually saw, I think it was Spartan put out a very good video about this new law. And then they, for some reason, were like, basically said that if you owned a magazine that was over 15 rounds, that you were suddenly a criminal. And I was like, no, that's not correct at all. There was some misinformation about that went around during the debate of the bill last year, because one of the things that they did was some language cleanup that like just was striking out some words that didn't belong, that didn't matter anymore. And one of them was removing the date, because when it initially went into effect back in 2013, the mag ban, when that went into effect, they had the date written into it because it was before that date. It was
Right.
before the date. So what they did when they did this was they were basically just cleaning up also language that was in the existing statute. So that's why that confusion happened. I've confirmed time and over again so many times, but like literally, like if you have, let's just say, if you have a magazine that was manufactured before 2013, July 1st, 2013, that is 100% legal to still own in in Colorado, with 15 rounds or more than 15 rounds. So, that's not a thing, but yeah, people need to quit sharing that.
Mm-hmm.
Here's that fiscal note. So, Kellen, you brought this up. This is the expectations of our state government here. The bill increases state revenue to the Firearms Training and Safety Course Cash Fund and the CPW by approximately $2 million a year. Revenue is from fees charged by CPW to maintain a course record for firearm purchase eligibility. So there you go, folks. You're going to have a record that you filled this out, that you did this. Revenue to the CPW enterprise is exempt from TABOR. Of course it is. The amount of revenue estimated is based on the assumption that about 50,000 people per year will contact a sheriff to apply for a course eligibility card. The actual amount of applicants paying a fee may vary depending on consumer behavior.
There it is.
Although cards are valid for 5 years, the fiscal note further assumes that revenue to the CPW will be fairly consistent in future years. So there you go, folks. Yeah, it seems like, ultimately, I don't know if anybody's heard of this book called The Monkey Wrench Gang, or by Edward Abbey, who is a great little desert anarchist there. But the idea of mucking up the system, of really making it not work. I mean, that's my hope. My hope is that this thing is such a failure that it doesn't work. It's not smooth, that there's so many problems, there's so many issues with it, that's why it can get struck down, right? We can't have it be efficient and everybody's happy with it. So that's my 2 cents there.
You have to make their ideal world crumble every single day that we can make that happen, right? And if they assume that 50,000 Coloradans are going to play their game, like that on its face is going to like just completely shatter their expectations of the revenue, right? And I was saying this, like, and this might be very difficult for some Coloradans to hear, but I will go to the extent of not only not participating in their permit to purchase at any level, because I already have enough and more, but I will also not buy a hunting or fishing license or buy a parks pass or do anything. Any of my dollars will not go to CPW, period. And I would encourage everyone to make that own decision on their own accord. I'm not a financial advisor, but I think that it's important that we need to show our disdain with our dollars. And if CPW is going to be complicit in this gun running Gestapo gang that they're going to try to pull on us, don't put your money into a parks pass. Don't put your money into any of this. And I know it's hard because Colorado's beautiful. We shouldn't have to go to this extent, but it is what it is. And I see some people in the chat talking about maybe making a vacation to other states who are more gun friendly. And I'm not giving any advice to that, but these FFLs in other states are very aware of the laws in Colorado, and it would not surprise me in the slightest that they would be hesitant to participate with any Colorado resident that walks into their gun store. But that's just my thought.
Just to toss this out there too, I got a good friend of mine that just went on a trip out of state, right? Went to a established gun store, right? And that gun store said, "Hey, give us your driver's license." Did a NICS background check on him, and he walked out 30 minutes later. And so I think that this is also going to be potentially something that you end up seeing where potentially Second Amendment sanctuary states are going to be like, you know what, Coloradans, we're not going to advertise it, but if you come here, We don't care what the laws are there, as long as you can pass a background check. That's all we care about. And I think that that's potentially going to happen too.
Well, and I'm just going to throw this out there that many states just actually still have private sales that don't even require background states, and one of them is Wyoming. And there's sites like Gunbroker. I mean, there's like, like this idea that like it's not like there are many states out there that like you don't even have to go into that process, right? Like Colorado was like that, gosh, not even that long ago, honestly. And it was safer then. Weird. I don't know. It's
Funny how that works.
almost like it just created a big like black market. But anyway, so I mean the truth be told, like you don't even really have to worry about that if you don't want to. So
Yeah. Well, if Colorado can be a sanction,
not legal advice.
yeah, none of this is
I've
legal
had
advice.
too many beers to give legal advice tonight.
This is all just fun vacation talk. But if Colorado can be a sanctuary state for transgender surgeries and full term abortions, there are 49 other states that we might take vacations to, residents of Colorado. Who knows?
You know what was funny? I had a meeting today with a person, that stands on the other side of this black market. And the sentiment there is very interesting. And, they look at these laws and they're like, well, that was stupid, but now I can take the guns that I was going to sell on the black market anyway, and I can increase the price because they just made me richer. At the same time, they go, well, I hope that I never meet any of these people because they are making my environment worse. And it's so interesting to see that, because I wonder how many other lobbyists on either side went and talked to these communities that we theorize about, right? About, it's going to create a black market. Where? How do you know that? Well, you go talk to the people and they're like, yeah, we're fully aware of all of these laws. And here's our entire business architecture around this that we've created to capitalize on this. And we can't wait until the first.
Wow.
It's a business nonetheless, and and being in all sorts of different sides of business, I'm like, wow, that was just like a meeting where I talked to somebody about, where they're projecting out their revenues. And they're saying, well, this is going up, so this is what I can do. Here are my margins. Same thing. And yeah, so the black market thing is real, and it's already prepared for Senate Bill 3, which is insane. That the black market got prepared for Senate Bill 3 before the state who created the bill is prepared for it.
Yeah, that's insane.
How it works.
Very interesting for sure. Well, and I have to think too, there's 6 million people in Colorado, and if only, a few thousand people sign up for this whole program and get involved with it, that's a much more compelling argument against Senate Bill 3, and it's something that could be used in the legal discussions or the court cases and this and that, and say, hey, listen, look at all these people who are not participating, who are totally unable to exercise their Second Amendment rights, who are unable to do this or unwilling to because they can't afford the cost or whatever, as opposed to the alternative scenario where we have a million people go along with this program and sign up and be part of it and this and that. And then, all the advocates say, see, it's working. It's working. We have everybody signed up and everybody's going along with it and there's no problems whatsoever, as opposed to if nobody does it and they'd be like, oh, wow, okay, wait a second here. Gun sales dropped off. Nobody's doing this. Nobody wants to be a part of it. I think the argument is stronger against Senate Bill 3 in courts, in the court of public opinion at the very least, if people do not comply, do not go along with this scheme, do not get involved with it. So I think there's a lot of reasons not to do it.
I can't stress that enough because, I've been making my rounds to the FFLs in preparation for Senate Bill 3. And they are convinced that there's still going to be that subset of people that are just like, well, this is just what I have to do. And it's absolutely not. You don't have to do it.
Do not comply with tyranny.
Well, and for the people here's our messaging here, Corey. It's not even Yeah, it's not do not comply, because then a lot of these people that feel this pull is because they're very compliance minded, right? And they want to people please. And and it's that's just character, right? Everybody has a different character. It's not even about don't comply with the law and then go do something else that's illegal. It's just be smart about what part you comply with, because this bill was written so sloppily, because it is a Frankenstein bill. There, it has internal contradictions where you can actually perfectly comply with the law, and in perfectly complying with the law as written, you are not complying with it, because this bill
Yes.
and the law does not agree with itself.
Yes.
So it's just doing the thing that preserves the most amount of freedom for yourself.
And like for example, like just saying, if I don't want to get the card and do the courses, there are still other guns that I can purchase at an FFL that do not require me to go through the process that SB3 requires.
Yeah.
That is also not complying with this tyrannical style law.
Yeah. And also, just to toss this out there, the people that write the gun control laws here in Colorado do a bad job at actually making the bills bulletproof or loophole proof, or putting together a well worded thing where there's no ways to work around it. Perfect example. I don't want to pay the 6.5% excise sin tax on buying a gun. I just called up a gun store in Utah that has a spot here in Colorado. And I called that gun store over the phone and I said, "Hey, I like this gun you have. I want to buy it." And they said, "Cool." And I paid, I think it was a total was like 6% sales tax. That was it. That was it. Over the phone, gave them my credit card, still got my military discount. They shipped it for free to the location here in Colorado. And then I just had to pay $25 for a background check. Never had to pay the sin tax, didn't have to pay a 9% sales tax. And that's 100% legal according to the sin tax laws. There, you just have to read the laws, which is funny because like stuff like tobacco, which has a 56% sin tax on it. If I go to Tampa and I pick up a case of cigars, 20 cigars, I smoke 10 while I'm down there, and I bring the 10 back into Colorado, whoever wrote that law was smart about it. They say technically I have to pay the 56% sales tax or sin tax on the 10 cigars I bring back into the state of Colorado. But they didn't put that provision into the sin tax for ammunition and firearms. So if you get stuff from out of state, you can even have it shipped here, but you're not paying that 6.5%. And they did a lot of stupid stuff, Kellen. I know exactly what you're talking about, and I'm excited to see it in person. But they did a lot of stupid stuff with SB25-003 that left a lot of gaping loopholes. So you don't have to bend the knee. We're not telling you got to break the law. We're not telling you can't get anything. You just need to understand what the law truly says.
It's the meme. You got to do the meme.
Well, and revolver sales are going to increase, Derringers, lever actions, Henry, that kind of stuff, so people can still get those. Yeah. My question is like, well, how do they know it's not what if it's like a pistol, like an AR pistol, or is that still illegal? Because if it's a rifle versus a pistol, if I buy an AR lower, how do they know it's not going to be for a pistol and not a rifle? Is there any answer to that yet?
Yeah, those are all in the book of banned scary bad bads already. They covered that. They made their own distinction between like AR and whatever pistols and handguns. I think they used pistol. What did they say? It was like a long rifle pistol or something like that versus handheld gun. They did something with it to close that one up. But yeah, that's in there. So AR pistols, AK pistol, all of that's already in there.
But he's talking about lowers.
Lowers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I thought in one of the info sessions they said
They covered that.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
thought they defined the separation between a lower and an actual handgun.
Right.
So
Yeah.
one of the questions that I've had about this for a while, about the lowers, is that ultimately I mean, when you're buying a lower, it could be turned to it could be a bolt action. Like ultimately,
Mhm.
it doesn't. It's the same lower that's made that goes for that is used for a semi-auto is used for a bolt action, right? And
Right.
so why don't the stores just I mean, if I was a store, I would just sell it as a bolt action lower.
Yeah, no, that's smart. That's super
I would just
smart.
be like,
Maybe some
I'd
might.
be like, buy this lower for a bolt action rifle.
Right. Right.
Well, couldn't you buy a bolt action rifle
Yeah.
with an AR lower that's
Yep.
already there, and then do what you want with it afterwards?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, then you're getting
Yeah, actually.
into a provision of the manufacturing
Right,
portion
right,
of it.
right.
But that's you know,
Which
that's an
actually, like, I mean, why? So I guess when they're like, okay, well, you can still buy lowers. I guess maybe for like repairs.
mm, hmm.
It's interesting that because manufacture is like that. Like I wrote an article earlier and went over this whole law, and one of the pieces that I kind of put in there was that there is no permit to manufacture. There's a
Mhm.
permit to purchase, but there
Mhm.
is no permit to manufacture. So even if you go through the permit to purchase and you get your thing, right? You it's still illegal to manufacture, but you can buy a lower with that, but then it's illegal to do anything with it.
What if we just opened up firearm repair shops that have large accessories of parts and pieces that people might need to repair
Right.
their firearms?
Yeah, it's just literally for repair. Or like, why don't we just start like a bolt action?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The bolt
Just
action
just
lowers.com.
you come in and like you're like, hey, buy these 2 takedown pins. Why? Okay. All right, just buy them. All right, you bought these 2 takedown pins. Guess what? Oh no, the rest of your firearm broke, and all that's still working are the 2 takedown pins. Good thing I've got this repair kit right here behind the counter that I can sell to you, and it's gonna
Yeah.
fix everything except those 2 takedown pins.
Mm,
That's the $3.50 workaround right there. Give me back my
yeah.
350. Yeah.
I just shared the most updated list in the chat. I did sign up on the Department of Revenue's website for the email updates from the Firearms Dealer Division. So people in the chat can look at the 146-page document there with the updated guidance.
Yeah.
The guidance
Is this the
update.
July 1st one or is there a more recent one?
July 30th is the one I saw from
Oh, okay,
yesterday.
this must be
So
brand
Somebody,
new.
yes,
they added
parts
13
kits
more.
are out, but we're talking about repair kits. You have a right to repair.
Yes.
Uh, yeah, and the parts kits that you're talking about are like the parted out magazines that they were selling brand new magazines that were just put into different parts. There's still a right to repair. And
Mm.
that is covered by the fact that you can take your firearm to a gunsmith and even if it's controlled and you do not have to get the coid card to get it back. So what we're talking about is the angle of, hey, I bring you 2 takedown pins. Oh, the rest of my rifle's broken. I need you to fix this for me. And then you give me back a fully functional rifle.
I like it. I like
Yeah.
it. Man, you're my spirit animal.
Oh man.
Yeah. So what do you guys think about how long do you think that we will be stuck in SB3 purgatory?
Well, according to Chicago, Illinois, permanently because they can't beat Foyd card, but there's provisions in it that make it more of a weapons ban than the Foyd card is. But it also has the poll taxes. But look at New Jersey; it took them 36 years to overturn that. But I think that right now we have a much more aggressive Department of Justice and also judicial system that's actually willing to uphold the Second Amendment and not look at it as a second class right. Um, I think if we don't get completely wiped out in the midterms, and I'm not talking about here in Colorado, I'm talking about nationally. If we don't get wiped out in the midterms, I think either this fall or next year we'll see an assault weapons ban in the Supreme Court, And then probably in the next year or so after that, we will see the licensing scheme back at the Supreme Court, because they will have to identify that as a workaround for the Supreme Court ruling against assault weapon ban. So I'm thinking probably a minimum 3 years is what I'm thinking.
That's probably the smartest outlook perspective that we have to take it as, is because any sort of I mean, we should be taking all of the legal processes we can, but we need to be looking at this top down rulings, and hopefully it's going to be a broad scope, not a narrow scope. And we have to understand that if we get the proper rulings and we actually have Supreme Courts that are reasonable and understandable, yes, I think that would be the most immediate outlet of a saving grace for Colorado and other gun control states. But you know, if you're looking at from the bottom up prospects, I mean, 10 years minimum. If you're looking up trying to go through the Colorado Supreme Court and that type of argument, but we need a larger ruling from the federal level, absolutely. And Harmy Dillon and the 2A task force. I mean, a lot can change in 2028 if we get a momentum blockade and we get a total polarity shift kind of, and the 2A task force and all the work that the Civil Rights Division is doing for gun rights. I mean, we basically have 2 to 3 years to get as much momentum as we can done, and hope that we pull through 28. That's really it.
Well, yeah.
So I think, personally, I actually think the fastest way to take this down is actually through the sheriff's May issue. And I think that's big. And I say that because I mean, it's like, I mean, that's what took down. I mean, that was Bruin that took down. I think it was in New York's concealed carry. Was it in Washington, D.C.? There were several concealed carry like schemes that were in place when Bruin came down that actually took those out.
California was a big one too.
Yeah, because of the May issue, right? And so we literally those have been taken down in other states by the Supreme Court, and then we literally put the same thing in place. And it's not even and it's not even for carry. Like, so at least those you could still buy the guns. This is literally to buy the guns. So to me, like, and I've kind of thought this the whole time, that in a way, like, it's kind of good the sheriffs are involved, as much as it sucks for them. I know they hate it, and I know that they were punished, and that's why they're part of it. But I kind of think that's one of our biggest, that May issue thing is huge, especially when you're talking about this name-based background check, which, I mean, those two first pieces, the gatekeepers are that background check, and then that sheriff. And that, to me, I think is actually one of the biggest pieces. And I hope, I'm not an attorney. I don't have attorneys that like do things for me. But I hope that somebody really goes after that. And maybe, you know, and maybe Nicholas, you and I could talk about this. That could be like kind of an organized effort. Could we? So one of the things I worry about with like this whole let's report it to the Civil Rights Division, blah, 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 is that everybody kind of, especially among the right of center people, everybody's got their thing that they think is the thing that's going to make it work. But what really works is when we organize and when we have the same, like, let's attack the same thing, eventually get their attention. And so I kind of wonder a little bit, to me, that's something that the DOJ could potentially come in and say, no, you guys can't do this, way quicker than they would a permit to purchase.
Yeah, that's I mean, I am down to put as many, you know, pokers in the fire as possible, right? Set as many set as many ships to sail to see which one catches the wind fastest. I did talk with Daniel from CSSA, who has the lawsuit against the state of Colorado, and he was telling me that they need as many people as possible that get one of those negative experiences that you're talking about, where, you know, hey, I have no felonies. I have no domestic violence. I do not have a personal protection order against me. Yet I was denied, you know, the ability to get this license to purchase because the sheriff didn't like me. Maybe because, you know, I had a rough past as a kid. Maybe because I'm black, you know, whatever reason. Maybe because it's in Boulder County, and he looked on my Facebook and saw that I went to a Trump rally and said that I was, an angry terrorist, a domestic terrorist. And they said that they need as many of those people as possible for the lawsuit, but also to help. That's the proof for the injunction that they need in order to try to bring a preliminary injunction against this. Well, we'll see what happens, but they need that information. They need people to report it. But that's something that we could definitely work on how we can market and get as many people to complain as possible. Because the more people that we have sign on for this, the larger the group of the plaintiffs are against the state, and then the more serious it has to be taken.
Are there any civil rights in Colorado? Are there any civil rights angles anybody's aware of when it comes to lawsuits? Or is it all
Specific to
commerce?
SB3?
Yes, yeah, specific to SB3.
I'm not aware.
Because Colorado's CCRD has some very specific laws around this. Well, I should say rules because it's division. But CCRD specifically bars any sort of agency or business, whatever, from equal enjoyment of law in places of public, whatever, public spaces, pretty much. So I wonder, if does this effectively impede equal enjoyment of a civil right, of a constitutional right, I believe is how it says. So, there's no debate on is, Second Amendment a civil right, which I believe it is. And then you have people that are going to whatever, a state park to shoot. If a person can no longer do that, then they are effectively denied equal enjoyment of the same right. Because this person could not afford the $200, $300, $400
right,
poll
tax
loop-de-loop, where this person could. So, all other things equal, one person can enjoy it and another person can't for a completely arbitrary reason that has nothing to do with whatever their, them as a person. It's just affordability or circumstance and all of that. And that same CCRD is talking about, one of the strongest ones is actually not race, but it's parental status. So if you have a single mother, how, like, a single mother and kids, how is that mother supposed to, dump the kids off for however long, 2 days, for 2 days to go do this?
Right.
All she has to do is have that intent. You have plenty of single mothers in Colorado.
Yeah, and single fathers. One of my viewers, Mark, is a single father as well. He takes care of his daughter.
Well, Colorado doesn't care about fathers.
No, we know that. So, no, it's a great point. That's one of the reasons why we did the civil rights complaint the way that we did. And Michael,
Yes.
and we used 2 statutes that let the Civil Rights Division know that these politicians can be held criminally liable for violating our civil rights, which is exactly what this is. This isn't a civil lawsuit we're trying to bring against the state of Colorado. We're trying to bring criminal cases against all these politicians for violating our civil rights, the same way that they did in 1964 with the civil rights movement. And the crazy part about it is, if you look at the FOID card, right, which is what this is based off of loosely, it's not the same thing. Outside different, inside same. 1968 was when they introduced the FOID card in Illinois to prevent what? Blacks from being able to own guns. And the FOID card since then has been argued in courts that it disproportionately affects the minorities and the poor of Illinois, preventing them from being able to own firearms as a poll tax. And the crazy part about it, as I mentioned, your FOID card is only like $11. If you look at Colorado, and we're talking hundreds of dollars, if not $1,000, depending on the county that you live in, how much that sheriff's department's going to charge, how much your local trainer is going to charge. it's going to be incredibly more of a poll tax than what any other state is facing. So we are hoping that we can get a civil rights case against these politicians and potentially see some people arrested. I don't care if they get sued. I want to see it get overturned, but I want to see some politicians perp walked and tried for violating our civil rights and send the message. You know, if Colorado is going to be an experimental state for progressive ideology, let's make it an experimental state to bring some civil rights justice back to the nation. That's what I think.
That would be awesome.
No.
So
Yeah,
Brandon, I just sent you a link. Did you see that? I texted it to you.
Oh.
So this is the background check queue right now.
Okay.
So, so basically, if anybody's been watching the background check queue for the past few days, as the panic buying's been going on, it was like up around it was like a 6,000 plus for a while there, and then today it kind of dropped back. It dropped down, but there's still, as of right now, there was this big question: were they going to actually get through those 6,000 some? In 3 days, and then the question became like, would they actually get through those by tonight? And right now, the number, yeah. So this is basically what's right now. It's 1 day, 14 hours. This is like updated constantly.
Wow.
1,573. So there's a question. I mean, these aren't all SSFs, right? So like, I'll just call them, long guns basically. These could be handguns, but this is not a normal number to have in our background check queue in Colorado. 1 day, 14 hours. Usually this is called InstaCheck. But this is, so it's usually instant. It's usually back within, you walk in, you 15 minutes at the most right now. So earlier today, when I wrote an article, I actually talked about that in my article, and I like put how many was they're waiting at that moment, and it was 2 days, 2 hours. So they're clearly still running them, but this means that, to me, and now I can't say, I don't know what guns these are for. This could be, but my guess is that this 1,000 some, these are background checks of people that were probably there on the 28th, like they were told to be. So that, because the way the 3-day wait works, and don't ever let anybody tell you otherwise, the way the 3-day wait works is that as soon as that background check is submitted, that 3-day starts, right? And usually that's instant check, which means within that 3 days, instantly they submit it, it comes back, says yes, no, boom, says yes. That means that you're good. You wait the 3 days, you can pick it up. So what CBI's guidance was around this was that in CBI, InstaCheck CBI department are the ones who said this. They said you need to get your background checks initiated, submitted by no later than July 28th in order to pick them up within the 3 days on July 31st, which would be today. But then, like, literally on July 28th, there were almost 7,000 background checks in their queue. And at that point, it was creeping on the 3-day time frame. And so since then, obviously, we're now looking at, 1,200 or whatever background checks they've got. But the question is, are those from the 28th? And are these going to be people that were expecting to have, they were following guidance purchased by the 28th. They now can't pick up today because the background check ended up taking longer. Now they're beyond their 3 days. Come midnight tonight, they cannot pick up their guns now without this new process being put into place. And if that's the case, then that's a big fuck up on CBI's part. We just passed a stupid bill that gave CBI authority to like cut back their hours and shit.
But could that be a like a grievance on like any of these people who were stuck in this limbo window of like not being able to pick up today, but they already purchased a gun on the 28th, but prior to the SB3 in action, and like would that be grounds for something come
I sure would
tomorrow?
think so, especially because I actually have screenshots of this because I screenshot everything, but CBI's own and their own website,
Hmm.
CBI's InstaCheck page on their website actually said this, but very specifically. It was if you they were the ones who laid this timeline out. So to me, it'd be one thing if they hadn't said anything, but the fact that they
Yeah.
actually put out this guidance themselves, and then now it's like, oh, sorry, that was actually not true. Um, maybe they didn't have the staffing in place for it,
Doesn't
something. I don't
matter.
know.
You're playing they're playing their own set of rules now. They should be a lock, stock, ready to rock.
Mhm.
Come August 1st, they should have all their ducks in a row. CPW, all the things. Everything should be ready, polished, right?
Yep.
But we know our state too good, right? We know our state to be better than that.
Well, it's, look at Oregon. Like Lesley said, they ended up getting a 2-year hiatus on it because of the fact they weren't ready to roll it out.
Well,
Like,
the CPWs, the CPW, when they were in testimony last year, the CPW, Rangers themselves didn't even know the language that they will be having to assess
yeah,
come this time.
they didn't know what a 4473 was,
No.
which if you've ever dealt with any firearm legally, you know what a 4473 is because you filled it out,
Yep.
you know?
Yeah.
Well, it's and to the point of picking up and purchasing. I had several friends reach out because I made a post on the 28th. I say today is the day. You got like, let's go. But, I've been, all of us have, but ever since Polis put pen to paper on SB3, I have been telling every single person, you have 1 year. You haven't, you
Mhm.
have to do everything now. So it's not like it crept up on us,
Right,
We like, for those that know, knew. And I
right.
told everyone that I could to do what you needed to do. And then what was it on the 29th? On the 30th, I had several friends. Hey, can I get my gun still? I'm like, my guy, breaking my heart, dude. And
Yeah.
it's frustrating because it's like, it's just a day late and a dollar short, literally.
Well, and I
Yeah.
think the other thing that's going to be really frustrating too, that I get frustrated with because I follow every gun law for every year, like going back really to 2018 when they first introduced red flag. I mean, in 2013, but then they didn't really do a lot. And then 2018 when between 2013 and 2018, they didn't do a lot. But um, 2018 was the first red flag that was defeated. 2019 red flag passed. And then going forward, like we hit COVID. And COVID was a huge distraction for everybody that was interested in guns before COVID. It was kind of like this heartbreaking time because they passed so
Mhm.
much gun control and nobody was paying attention. Who was at the Capitol then? I'm going to be totally honest with you. Me and like the Rally for Our Rights people, like Bill and, some of our homies from Rally for Our Rights. Um, like we kind of had our crew was always there. And then RMGO. That was
Mm.
it, right? Like it was just a ghost town down there
Yeah.
as far as it came. Like and that's when they eliminated preemption. That's when they passed the 3-day wait. I mean, all the things that happened from 2020, they didn't do much. They didn't do any. They had no gun control because they actually had a couple gun control bills pending when they shut down the Capitol due to COVID. So that's all got tossed. And then they came back and it was George Floyd and criminal justice reform. Okay. 2021, that's when preemption was repealed. Like it just turned into this domino. And that's when it all happened was 2021, 2022, 2023. And it was just a ghost town when it came to guns at the Capitol. Like it was a ghost town, and it really wasn't until like 2024 when they introduced that assault weapons ban for the very first time that people started coming out of the woodwork. And now you have all these people, and I think that's great. I wish they could get along,
Hmm.
but really back then it was just like it was like Rally for Our Rights and RMGO.
Yep.
So
I remember that. I remember those days because I remember being like, why is all this stuff passing during the COVID era? But dude, they just snuck it in there, especially behind all the civil rights stuff going on with George Floyd. But we got T minus 20 seconds, folks.
20 seconds.
Are
I
you,
feel
are
like
you
it's
watching
New
the
Year's
countdown
Eve.
that I
20
have?
seconds. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. You know, we got T minus 10. Oh, man.
mm.
5, 4, 3,
Last sip of
2.
freedom.
Oh.
There we
Ah,
go.
there
Happy
it
August.
is.
Happy August, everybody.
Yeah,
Here we
happy-
go.
I can't believe it's August. Holy moly.
We've all been all of our 2A rights have officially been infringed.
God, why does my asshole hurt all of a sudden? God, just
Yeah.
feel like I got bent over the barrel in prison. What the hell?
Mm.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mm.
Well, thank
We
you,
made
everybody.
it, guys.
Yeah,
Yeah,
hey,
we-
Kellen,
Don't
you
give up the
shared
fight.
this the website here. Do you want me to pull that up?
No, that's for FFLs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I just shared it for the countdown there.
I gotcha. Well, appreciate you, everybody. It was I didn't expect the stream to go on this long, but we were so
what
close.
else are we
It's
gonna
like-
do on Friday night, Brandon?
We
I
wrote
know,
we
right?
wrote it
Hey.
into the great unknown, right?
We
Here we
did.
are.
We did. Hopefully, we all
Here
go
we
to sleep
are.
and wake up to a lawsuit against the state. You
That
know?
would be great.
Yeah,
That's
what
we
we-
get the
well-
federal government clamping down.
I doubt it would happen on a Saturday. It would end up being Monday, is when it would be filed.
But now we all can be like there the language is there, the May issue is there. There's so
Mhm.
much loopholes, there's so much broken language. It has to drop at some point, and we are all being aggrieved by this unconstitutional law.
Yeah. And if
Yep.
any of you guys want to work on something outside of like these little get-togethers, I am here for you. You guys all have my number. Give me a call. And you know.
Well, and encourage everybody this weekend. You know, talk to your neighbors, talk to your family, talk to your friends, tell them about what's going on, and use the right language. The most common types of firearms in our country, the most popular types of firearms, are no longer able to be purchased by Coloradans without register. You have to register yourself as a gun owner with your
Right.
county, with your state government. You have to pay all these fees. You have to take multiple days off work or multiple days to do these courses to be propagandized, and the costs and this and that. But that's what it is. It's all marketing. Politics all comes down to marketing, just talking to people and winning the info war ultimately.
And when people ask you that are ignorant to firearms, and they ask you why, like I was asked this actually by my brother-in-law not very long ago, and he was like, well, like, why do you think anyone should, like, do you really think civilians should be able to own AR-15s? And I have a very diverse political family, and and I looked at him and I said, at the end of the day, I will always believe civilians should have the same arms as their government.
Oh
Period.
yeah. Based.
And he had no response to that, right? Like, he hates Trump, so it's like, I mean, should Trump get an AR-15, but I can't? Sorry,
Right.
but I will straight up say that to him, and there's really no, like, there's not a whole lot of response, and really, when it comes down to it, for me, at my core,
Well,
we should always be able to have the same arms as our government.
Equal opportunity offender here. We got to make sure everyone has a right to a tactical nuke, right? No.
facts.
But honestly though,
Except Iran.
the great equalizer. No, it's very interesting. I mean, yeah, August 1st is officially Colorado Day as well.
Yeah.
And we're
Oh yeah,
and
it's our birthday.
This is this weird we can get into the woo woo and the symbolism and the synergy that they did this on a day that we celebrate Colorado's birthday, and we're also celebrating the death of our gun rights in Colorado as well. Very ironic. I don't think that was a coincidence either. I saw you in the chat there, Curveball. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yep, we are officially second-class citizens here in Colorado, not
Right.
able to legally purchase the most common types of firearms available for everybody else in every part of the
And
country
what is
except here.
it would be interesting. I'm sure we can easily reach out to any FFL, but like these multi-hour courses, what exactly is required in the course? What exactly are they going to be teaching, indoctrinating, propagandizing? It would just be interesting to see what is the state requirement through SB3 versus what the FFLs or these instructors are going to be teaching in these courses. It's just an open-ended question if anybody wants to do some homework. But I think that that would be interesting to see what actually is required and what questions to get a 90% or better on this test, what questions are going to be asked, you know. I'm not going to
The
participate in it, but just a
Look,
question.
No,
look
I
at your
actually
look at the
like,
signal chat really quick.
and actually, Brandon, like I have a couple people within the Rally for Our Rights group who have done a fantastic job kind of putting together like this whole thing. Um, like they're trainers. I mean, like if somebody's interested in figuring out how to go through all of this, you can go to fucktomsullivan.com. Not gonna lie. So,
Let's
uh,
go.
yeah, so basically, but it'd be interesting, like the guy who runs that website would, I'm sure, be happy to jump on your show with you. And he would probably
Excellent.
talk about all that, so.
Mm-hmm.
I love you all,
And
freedom fighters. We're going to be fighting this. We're going to be fighting this for a long time, but we're not giving up.
Yeah.
Senate Bill 3 says an extended firearm safety course must provide a minimum of 12 hours of instruction, which must be provided on at least 2 different days. A basic or extended firearm safety course must satisfy the course requirements adopted by the division and include, but is not limited to, including instruction on safe handling of semi-automatic firearms and ammunition magazines, safe storage of firearms, and child safety. Firearm deaths associated with mental illness, extreme risk protection orders described in Article 14.5 of Title 13, and victim awareness and empathy. At the conclusion, empathy is literally written into the bill. At the conclusion of a basic or extended firearm safety course, the instructor shall administer a exam that tests the student's knowledge of the subject taught in the course and require that a student demonstrate the ability to safely handle firearms and a mastery of gun safety, To complete a basic firearm safety course, a student must achieve a score of at least 90% on the exam. Wow. There you go.
And notice again, this is not a training. This is a class on gun safety.
Safety course.
And I
hate.
think that's really important, like language that we use moving forward with this, is I do think it's really important we do not call this a training. This is not a training.
It's a course.
Because people are like, well, of course somebody who's going to buy an AR-15 should have training. This is not what they think is happening.
No.
They think that they're out on the range, like learning how to use a firearm. They don't think that they're sitting in a classroom being for 12 hours being fed propaganda that is put together by the state.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's I think
you,
that's a huge misconception that is even among, I think, even the people within our community.
if you look at all the news that has been circulating, that's what they've been saying. It's a training. And then you look at the comments, and that's exactly what you see is, oh, well, I think people should be trained. Blah, 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 yakety smackety. Yep. But yeah, there's no training. I went to a training that was, and I'm like, well, why can't I use that? That was 16 hours. Why can't I use an actual training?
They said they can limit.
So
it to,
it's not about safety. And
It's not.
it's not about safety. The reason why is one of the state certified trainers responded to a request that even though he is a state certified trainer, he still has to go through the whole program himself and still take the test and still pass it and still be put into the database in order to be able to purchase one of these guns.
government indoctrination, Orwellian state mind meld, right? That is what it is, right?
Well, if anything, this is taking funds away from the ability for people to actually access training. Because now they have to spend all this money to get propagandized.
That's why we don't do it, folks.
Instead of actually, so they're going to drop. I mean, I'm going to say it is probably going to cost, like, say you haven't done hunter safety, you're doing your 12-hour course, you're going to look at likely just getting through this process to be able to then purchase a gun, and my guess is minimum $300. So say you've got $300 into this, that's $300 that you could have used on actual training.
Yeah.
That's your last 300.
Insanity.
There's going to be problems, and I can't stress it enough. Just do not get the card. I feel like this is like 2020 all over again.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get the card.
Right. Yes.
Well
Yes.
said.
Get it.
Well said. Well, not to be a party pooper here,
You gotta go to sleep, huh?
but it's after midnight. I mean, it was a
Brandon's
blast.
turning into a
Super
pumpkin.
fun.
Yeah.
I know somebody told me I was fading, so I had to not. I don't even know who said that. It was probably somebody I knew.
It's a troll. They got muted again.
Yeah.
Don't
Oh,
time out
really?
again.
They were a
Yeah.
troll.
They were talking crap about you.
Yeah.
But thank
It's
you,
been
everybody.
fun to assemble the Avengers, though. I mean,
I
this
know.
literally
Yeah.
is.
It's true.
We haven't had the Avengers together in a long time.
I know.
Great
Yeah.
time, everybody. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you.
All
Appreciate
right,
everybody viewing.
guys.
We had
Happy August 1st.
we had a ton of views on the live stream, which is super exciting. Of course, the amazing guests made that happen. But yeah, here we are. Let's do this again sometime soon for sure. But really appreciate everybody. Any final words?
Mhm.
Anybody want to go around? Any final thoughts for everybody?
Fight for freedom and never give up. That's it. That's enough.
With great power comes great responsibility.
Yeah.
We'll all say a quote from Marvels.
Oh man. Okay. Oh, I got one.
Wakanda forever.
No, it is from Black Panther, but we don't.
Somebody send
If
me.
you ask about the card,
Corey,
it's-
send me a quote to say.
Okay. If you ask about the card, my quote would be, "We don't do that here."
Oh man.
Oh, Lord.
That's good.
Yeah, thank you
Okay.
everybody. Thank you everybody in the watching. We had a great views, great comments, great chat. So good times. We'll do it again. Do it again
All
soon.
right.
Take care, everybody.
All right, thanks, guys.
Good night, guys.
Later.
Have a great weekend.
Bye bye.